This is my planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Yin Xiaoru pushed open the bathroom door smoothly. Xia Guixuan hasn't developed the habit of locking the door yet. In fact, he thinks that thing is useless. He had already discovered Yan Wuai's spiritual spine just now. If he had just come out of the bath, should he isolate his spiritual thoughts, or change into a robe to block it, or let her see it? He really has no self-awareness. If I wanted to see you too would have been seen naked. Boring. Yan Wuai pushed the door and poked her head in, and saw Xia Guixuan still reading quietly, ignoring her. She asked awkwardly, "Mr. Xia, are you not asleep?" Xia Guixuan didn't even raise his eyelids. "If I was asleep, what would you want to do by coming in?" Yan Wuai's face froze. She is not a vixen, so she can't do shameless and coquettish things. Yin Xiaoru sneezed suddenly while taking a bath. But Yan Wuai has her own characteristics, and she can't do things that are shy or secretly observe. If she wants to ask, she wants to ask, so she pushed the door and came in. The main reason is that she is not sure. If she is really sure that the man is him, she will be more unrestrained with her personality. Ahem. Yan Wuai coughed dryly, and did not answer Xia Guixuan's question. She went in and closed the door. Xia Guixuan. Yan Wuai walked to the bed with her hands behind her back, and looked over, reading a novel. Yet, Xia Guixuan still did not raise his head. Yan Wuai felt more and more embarrassed. Is this a man? No wonder Yin Xiaoru said that. She stood in front of the bed for a few seconds, feeling that she had no place to put her hands and feet. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Who is prettier than me?" Xia Guixuan said, "This is worth learning. Can you learn from a little white harem article? Are you learning how to pick up girls or how to be in bed? I don't think you're like that." Yan Wuai was really powerless to complain. How did Yin Xiaoru usually communicate with this man? She held it in for a while, and suddenly said, "Mr. Xia likes to read books, so do you like to look at paintings?" Xia Guixuan was a little interested in this question, and finally looked up at her. "What kind of paintings?" "I'll look at anything interesting." Yan Wuai thought to herself that you wouldn't be able to see pornographic pictures, so she leisurely went to the wall cabinet next to her to get a pen and paper, and said, "I'll draw it for you." Xia Guixuan was surprised. "How come you are more familiar with this place than I am?" "Because I live in this guest room all the time, and I have slept in your bed at least 7 or 8 times. I don't know if Yin Xiaoru has washed the bed." Xia Guixuan. Yan Wuai walked back, sat casually on the edge of the bed, and drew quickly. Xia Guixuan was speechless. "You really sit by my bed in the middle of the night to draw?" "I think you are." The word sick was held back, and Yan Wuai's face was as red as blood. She also knew that her behavior was considered crazy by others. Even if she was not sick, she was just flirting. One was what Xia Guixuan thought, and the other was what Yin Xiaoru thought. But she still had to think so. Forget it. Xia Guixuan was still an easygoing person, and finally took back his words and asked, "What kind of painting is it?" Yan Wuai was ready to be ridiculed, but he was stunned when he heard it. Is this man a straight man or an asshole? No matter what, the established test still needs to be done. Yan Wuai coughed twice and replied, "Yin Xiaoru is dancing." "Huh?" Xia Guixuan leaned over and looked at her sketches. She drew a long-haired man's back, and the man was holding a hot woman in his arms. It doesn't look like Xiaoru. This is not Xiaoru. What about Yin Xiaoru? Yin Xiaoru is dancing. Xia Guixuan blinked and burst into laughter, laughing. Yan Wuai was expressionless because of his laughter. It's true that the painting is a joke. If you say this to others, you should laugh. But this shouldn't be the reaction when I show it to you. If you were that man, you should know that I was doubting you, and your expression would have changed slightly, right? If you were not, and it was really Xiaoru's boyfriend who was dancing with her, shouldn't you be angry or refute me for slandering you? No matter what the reaction was, you could get a preliminary answer. How could he just smile like a bystander? Yan Wuai simply handed over the manuscript paper. "I'll give it to you if you like it. After all, it has something to do with you." "Yeah, this painting is interesting. I'll take it." "Does this man look like her?" "You mean this man was dancing with Xiaoru, but he ended up hugging?" Xia Guixuan looked at her figure. "Hug you?" Yan Wuai knew that she was not a delicate tester, so she was very embarrassed and simply kept silent and acquiesced. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, "Then your title should be Yin Xiaoru taking a bath." The implication was that if you let me hug you now, the scene would be perfectly reproduced. Yan Wuyu was stunned. "Do you really think I came here to throw myself into your arms and seduce you? This reputation has fallen to the bottom." Her cheeks turned blue and red, and she suddenly thought of the time when he hugged her around the waist. Due to the emergency situation, she didn't feel it clearly, but after all, she had practiced and the touch of that body was easy to recall. If she touched it again in a similar way, she would probably be able to determine whether it was the same person. Thinking of this, her face, which had been flushed in turns, turned completely rosy, and she forced a charming smile on her face. "That makes sense, then let's change the title to Yin Xiaoru taking a bath." As she spoke, she slowly moved closer to Xia Guixuan and said in an affectionate voice, "Where are your hands? Won't you cooperate?" Bang! The door was kicked open, and Yin Xiaoru was standing outside with a smile on her face, holding a plate with 2 glasses of juice on it. Yin Xiaoru is delivering juice. Yan Wuyu's face felt like it was on fire, and he jumped away as if he had been electrocuted, sitting upright. "Hey, you take a bath so quickly," Yin Xiaoru said slowly. "Your bath towel is scattered." Yan Wuyu grabbed the bath towel, which was not sure if it was scattered or not, and quickly ran out of the door, rushed past Yin Xiaoru, and disappeared in an instant. Catching an adulterer in the act, she was too ashamed to see anyone. "Hey," Yin Xiaoru didn't chase her, but walked into the room leisurely with a plate. "Master Xia, do you want some juice?" Xia Guixuan didn't change his expression, and was actually still smiling. "Yes, juice is not as delicious as my juice." Yin Xiaoru walked in leisurely, put the plate on the bedside table, and said in a charming voice, "Is Yan Wuyu fragrant?" Xia Guixuan looked up and thought for a while, and confirmed, "It smells good. Did I disturb you?" Yin Xiaoru gnashed her teeth and said, "I really don't know how to behave. I should give up the house and let General Yan and Mr. Xia spend a wonderful night. A little fox can live in the garden." It can be seen that Yin Xiaoru's mood is very strange. She is obviously furious, but she doesn't know what to be angry about. Xia Guixuan is not her boyfriend. To be frank, the two of them are just casual acquaintances who stayed overnight for 2 days. But no matter how you look at it, it's not good. Considering that the spiritual energy of the garden is gone now, the little fox is even more angry. "The garden and the house are given to you. You'd better go and have a baby." Xia Guixuan tilted his head and looked at her for a while, and suddenly said, "You said before that you would give me money for the prescription." Yes, I'll give you the money too." Yin Xiaoru almost burst into tears. But Xia Guixuan continued, "I don't want the money, how about giving me a place to live?" Yin Xiaoru was stunned. What? I see there are some houses in the ecological park. Are they where the gardeners live? How about allocating a more remote one for me to live in?" Yin Xiaoru forgot that she came to find trouble, and was very surprised when she heard it. "You want to live in the ecological park?" "Yes," Xia Guixuan smiled warmly. "That is my favorite place I have seen in Sangyu City. If I want to find a place to live by myself, it is better to live there than somewhere else." After a pause, he added, "It's also next door to you." Yin Xiaoru blinked her eyes. What he said is so strange. Although he was talking about moving away, for some reason, it sounded very comfortable, and even the little things between him and Yan Wuyu seemed to be washed away. If he really wanted to have an affair with Yan Wuyu, or to curry favor with a female general, he might as well go to Beijing with Yan Wuyu. But he said, "I want to be next door to you." Chapter 27 Commemorating Youth. Yin Xiaoru returned to her room in a good mood. Xia Guixuan turned around to look at the juice on the bedside. It was not juice at all, it was clearly the water element gathered directly by a small spell. She didn't even have the time to pour the juice. She grabbed 2 cups and came over directly to catch the adulterer. Xia Guixuan smiled, but still took a sip from the cup. "Leaving this villa is a must. You can't live here for a long time." What a lie. But he did give up his previous plan to leave after getting the ID card, because it is obvious that Yin Xiaoru has special luck, and he can see a lot around her. Compared with wandering around the world, perhaps the sight is narrower, but the importance may be more concentrated and more interesting. At least in the short term. In addition, he knew that he was actually part of the luck of this little fox. If it weren't for him, this little fox might have a tragic life. Seeing that the aura of the ecological park was gone, wasn't it? Wick, pitiful. and helpless, but still stubborn, asking her to learn immortal magic but she didn't learn it. I don't see how much she has mastered technology, she can't even make a potion. It's just like what Yan Wuyu said, she can only make jokes. Even without using divine sense, he can hear what the neighbors are doing with his hearing. Oh, isn't this Commander Yan? Yin Xiaoru twisted her waist and walked towards her bed, mocking casually. I thought Commander Yan, as a general of the country, must be reserved, but I didn't expect him to do such a vulgar thing. Yan Wuyu buried her face in the pillow and said nothing. If she hadn't wanted to find a chance to figure out the situation, she would have run away long ago. She couldn't afford to lose face. Yin Xiaoru slapped her on the butt again. Look at you, if you want it, just say it. Men need to be wooed slowly. If you throw yourself into someone's arms, it's inevitable that people will look down on you. You won't cherish it even if you get it, right? Xia Guixuan was stunned, a little trance. Maybe. Yin Xiaoru was still saying, if you don't know, just ask me and I'll teach you. Yan Wuyu couldn't help it, and said in a muffled voice, do you think everyone is a vixen like you? Why do you want to throw yourself at a man? Oh, Yin Xiaoru widened her eyes, wasn't it you who threw yourself at a man just now? Yan Wuyu said helplessly, Xiaoru, don't you think he's special? Yin Xiaoru certainly knew that Xia Guixuan was special. Whether it was her strange trust and closeness, or his understanding of the essence of the medicine, and the arbitrary changes and suspension of his hands, they all proved that he was definitely not a low-level demon. Xia Guixuan's self-proclaimed Immortal Emperor flashed through his mind. This was too bizarre and difficult to believe. It was mostly a joke. Anyway, whether to believe it or not was another matter, but Yin Xiaoru felt that he should not be able to catch up with Yan Wuyu's strength. The reason is very simple. That kind of strength is definitely the level of the overlord among the descendants of gods. The human descendants of gods have been fighting for many years. Yan Wuyu is also a general who has fought hundreds of battles. He must know that there is such a powerful person of the descendants of gods. It is impossible for him to be so unknown. Even if he is really practicing in secret and unknown to others, how old should such a strong person be? It is impossible for him to be as ignorant of human technology as he is just by hearing. Besides, such a strong person has his own majesty. Does he have it? Except when he says that he is not inferior to others, it is a bit interesting. At other times, he smiles and doesn't care about anything. He is more excited than himself when playing pranks. How can he be a leader? He is not as domineering as Yan Wuyu. Yin Xiaoru judged him as Tengain or Huaying level in her heart, which is the Jinden or Yuanying passed down by the ancients of mankind. Yuanying is already quite scary. It is something that you have to force yourself to believe in order to accept. Well, then it is determined to be Jinden. Tengain practice is about the same. At most, it is considered to be the late stage of Tengain to give face to Cindy. Although he thought so in his heart, he still forced himself to say, what's so special? Isn't he just a little more handsome? Yan Wuyu hesitated to speak. If that person is really a super strong man, it would be enough to squeeze Xiaoru and eat her up tens of thousands of times, even himself. Why does he need to hide his identity? So he must not do it for bad things, he must have his reasons. I really offended people by gossiping, and I haven't even repaid the favor. The more I thought about it, the more I didn't know how to explain it, so I just kept my head down and stuck out my buttocks to let the slaps. Just think of me as being lustful for a while. You see, I'm over 100 years old and still don't have a man. Anyway, I'll leave it on. My ignorant youth. Over 100 years old, ignorant youth. Hey, Yin Xiaoru didn't make trouble, but asked excitedly. They said that Vice Marshal Gongsun has something for you, is it true? I thought it was impossible, but you didn't argue, and you looked like you agreed. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to gain a foothold? Yan Wuyu looked up and thought for a while, then smiled bitterly. Even if it's true, you see, I'm not a good person, right? Then if you want to flirt with Cindy, you will betray him, and it will actually be disadvantageous to you. Yin Xiaoru said righteously, absolutely not. Yan Wuyu was stunned for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Maybe. You are right. So, tomorrow morning, let me have a few words alone with him, to commemorate your love that just started and died. Right. Xia Guixuan checked his watch curiously. Gongsun Jiayu, 28 years old, unmarried. Deputy Marshal of the Galaxy Fleet, Captain of the flagship Galaxy, the youngest top military commander in Daxia. Below is a list of battle records, But there are very few battles against the descendants of God. The Galaxy Fleet is not mainly responsible for this job. Most of them are galaxy wars, fighting interstellar pirates and exploring galaxies. 3 years ago, he commanded the Battle of Donglan Starfield and defeated the Zelts, the alien enemies of Kanglong Star, with brilliant achievements. All other personal gossips were censored, and not a single word could be found. It is worth mentioning that in the Battle of the Starfield 3 years ago, Yan Wuyu was the commander of the landing special forces, with outstanding military exploits. He was considered the most capable flamesword under his command. A 28-year-old marshal? Unmarried. Xia Guixuan touched his chin and found it interesting. Being a marshal at this age, no matter how amazing his personal ability is, he must have a huge power background to support him, so that he can hold a high position at such a young age. Some things in this country seem to have been solidified. No wonder Yan Wuyu said before that people with lofty ideals have no way to serve the country. Among the people she criticized, there is also Deputy Marshal Gongsun. How close this relationship is must be limited. If it is really close, he will speak from the perspective of his own man. It is common human nature. It feels that with a strong war tendency on this planet, this 28-year-old marshal may have more power than Ling Moxu's grandfather, who is the president of the Senate. Perhaps there are also struggles between the military and the political parties. Ling Moxu killing Yan Wuyu may also have the meaning of killing two birds with one stone. You see, it is obviously a little fox with low cultivation that can be directly related to such a high-level event. It is really an anomaly. Although this matter is better said to be related to Yan Wuyu, the chain is pulled out one by one. It seems that Yan Wuyu is quite pitiful for having so many worries, and the budding love cannot be put into practice. Yin Xiaoru finally stopped teasing her. The two girls finally stopped talking and slept soundly in each other's arms. Early the next morning, Yin Xiaoru got up and made breakfast, as if she also intentionally left some space for Yan Wuyu to talk to Xia Guixuan. Xia Guixuan stood on the balcony upstairs, facing the morning breeze and looking at the ecological park in the distance. Yan Wuyu slowly stood beside him, and the two stood side by side for a while without speaking. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yan Wuyu asked, "Will you look down on me?" Xia Guixuan shook his head. "No." Yan Wuyu smiled. "I felt like I was possessed by a ghost last night. Actually, the things I want to know, when I think about it carefully, don't seem to be as important as I thought. Whether you are or not, it doesn't matter," Xia Guixuan said. "I am." Yan Wuyu trembled, and subconsciously sprayed fire on his hands. The balcony railing melted away, and he almost fell off the balcony. Xia Guixuan stretched out his hand and pointed, and the railing that turned to ashes was miraculously restored. "If you tear down the wall indiscriminately, the little fox will fight you to the death." Yan Wuyu stared at this move in a daze, and couldn't speak for a long time. I never thought that he would admit it so bluntly. He didn't want to hide it at all. Then why try to test it yourself and act like a coquettish person? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Genetic Evolution. I never wanted to hide anything, Xia Guixuan said casually. After a lifetime of hard practice, everyone wants to be able to do whatever they want after they succeed. But you still hide after practicing until the end. What is the purpose of practicing? Yan Wuyu, the novel I read didn't say that. Xia Guixuan said again, if I wanted to hide it from you, I would have changed my appearance. Why would I show my original appearance and let you see my side profile, neither good nor bad? Yan Wuyu thought about it and it was indeed true. Well, then you blocked the black-robed man and I from sensing each other. I think they are still useful. I don't want your hot temper to cause a conflict with him. In fact, there is a high probability that you will not be able to conflict with them and end up being harmed by them. Hold your breath for now. If the time is right in the future, a gentleman's revenge will never be too late. Xia Guixuan turned around and smiled. Don't worry, although they know you are not dead, they dare not take the initiative to cause trouble for you. In fact, they dare not reveal their identities in front of you casually. Yan Wuyu felt that the things that had troubled him for a day were gone so easily. Not only did he not feel relieved that the case had been solved, but he felt empty in his heart. You? Why did you save me, huh? Xia Guixuan was puzzled by the question. Aren't you helping me get an identity? Yan Wuyu was stunned. Just for this, Xia Guixuan took it for granted. That's it. Yan Wuyu had a lot of complaints but didn't know how to vent them. Finally, he snorted barely noticeably and turned to look at the distant mountains. Xia Guixuan also turned his head to look at the mountains. Woman. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds. Yan Wuyu finally felt that it was strange to treat a savior like this, so he whispered to find a topic. Since you don't want to hide it, then Xiaoru, I didn't hide it from her, she doesn't believe it. Xia Guixuan thought about it and suddenly smiled. Then don't believe it. It's cute to always want to take care of people. How about you help me hide it? She is probably guessing that I am Teng Yun Wei Yang or something like that. You can tell her later. Teng Yun in the later period is probably more in line with her mind. Yan Wuyu looked weird. Do you think this is fun? She didn't know whether she should envy Yin Xiaoru's luck or feel sorry for the little fox. Speaking of cultivation, Xia Guixuan turned his head and looked at her again. Your cultivation is quite interesting. Your realm is clearly far from Kyanidun, but your strength level is indeed at Kyanidun level. But you have to pay attention, the real Kyanidun has many mysterious scriptures and wonderful methods, which can kill you in actual combat. Yan Wuyu was very confident. I know that I am not actually Kyanidun, but with the blessing of the battlesuit, I am enough to fight. Many of their wonderful methods can't break my battlesuit. Even the soul invasion they are proud of is nothing more than a wave band, and the battlesuit is enough to disrupt it. Battlesuit. Xia Guixuan looked her up and down. Yan Wuyu felt very embarrassed to be looked up and down by a man like this, but she knew that he didn't mean that, so she could only let him look with a red face. I always feel a burning sensation wherever my eyes pass, and no defense is useful. Xia Guixuan said, how about giving me a set of battle clothes to play with? At least one of your level. Yan Wuyu was speechless. A battle suit of this level can't be produced at all. That's a serious crime. Do you want to take off mine? Xia Guixuan, Yan Wuyu. The two stared at each other for a while, and Yan Wuyu said, if you are interested in this, you can study the lower level ones, and I can get you one. In fact, the principle is the same, and your ability can be analyzed. If you want to try the high-end one, you can go for virtual training, which is the Yin family's industry. Xia Guixuan asked curiously, illusion trial? The Yin family also has this industry, illusion trial? Yan Wuyu wanted to laugh. I guess so. The main industry of the Yin family headquarters is the research on nerve conduction, so, Xia Guixuan touched his chin, feeling that he might have to get involved in the family infighting that he had no interest in. So he got involved. How about helping the little fox to the stage? Yan Wuyu guessed what he was thinking at a glance this time. Strong people still have commonalities, just like this perspective of overlooking ants playing. Sometimes she herself has such a perspective, but now she stands in front of him, feeling guilty and weak as if she is the ant. She didn't even dare to ask how strong he is, let alone ask him where he came from. It's totally unlike her temperament. Yan Wuyu pursed her lips in a bit of resentment. But Xia Guixuan asked, is your practice genetic evolution? Well, when humans were still on the mother planet, they had already begun to study this kind of genetic evolution. Initially, it was for the purpose of strengthening the body and prolonging life. Later, it was discovered that it could actually bring terrible power, relying on drugs. Can any piece of trash be injected with genetic drugs? No, Yan Wuyu explained, drugs only provide the basic premise for genetic evolution. How to evolve in the direction of evolution will require people's own hard work. Just like Zhou Pengcheng and Yin Xiang, they have all been injected with genetic drugs. In the end, they only achieved one evolution. The terminology is called genetic transformation, and they are commonly called first-level genetic warriors, corresponding to the immortal Feng Shui. In fact, it is not completely corresponding. Just like I am a fifth-level warrior, which corresponds to Jin Yuan on the surface, but it does not actually match. It depends on the blessing of the battlesuit. Yan Wuyu said, the immortal path of the descendants of gods is divided into 7 realms. Our evolution should eventually be divided into 9 transformations, but now we are still far away and no one has achieved it. The 7 realms of the immortal path are Feng Shui, Qinzhen, Teng Yun, Wei Yang, Jin Yuan, Wu Xiang, and Tai Qing. The little fox's heart is just a piano. Xia Guixuan is taking. There are actually 8 realms, which is the supreme realm that Xia Guixuan is pursuing. Xia Guixuan feels that the human genetic evolution path has a certain value of reference, so he asked in more detail, You have reached this level in just over 100 years. Is it because the human genetic evolution system is so efficient, or is it because of your mixed blood? It is definitely related to personal talent. In addition to physical improvements, everyone will have special abilities based on their talents, commonly known as superpowers. I should be considered a fire superpower. Actually, it's thanks to the mixed blood of the descendants of gods. I have a quarter of the blood of the vermilion bird. So I can't tell whether it is a fire superpower or the vermilion bird fire of the descendants of gods. Yan Wuyu paused, and suddenly said, I am the youngest 5th level warrior among humans, which shocked many people. The reason why they began to study the genetic blending of humans and descendants of gods is actually largely because they were stimulated by me. Xia Guixuan can understand other people's stimulation. Even he has been stimulated. It took him 800 years to cultivate Takayanun, and he was already considered a peerless genius. Although this Yan Wuyu is a fake Jin Yuan, it has only been 100 years. Will the combination of human technology and the talents of the descendants of gods have such a terrifying effect? By the way, you told me so much in detail, does it count as selling out military secrets? Yan Wuyu laughed. This is not a secret at all, everyone knows. The descendants of gods also know it, but few of them are interested in it. She looked at Xia Guixuan for a while. You are close to Xiaoru. Is it to steal genetic technology? Xia Guixuan couldn't help laughing and said, the drug research she did over there is also considered genetic technology. It can be considered. But it is indeed far from core technology. Yan Wuyu's smile slowly faded, and he said seriously, are you here to steal core technology? If so, will you stop me? Yan Wuyu did not answer, his eyes were very firm. Xia Guixuan said, you are not doing well, what's the point of being so loyal? Yan Wuyu said calmly, I don't want humans and the descendants of gods to go to war. But the premise of peace between the two sides is not to sell out core secrets. History tells us that this has called a bad reputation for thousands of years. Xia Guixuan looked at her with interest for a long time, and suddenly said, but I am a human. Yan Wuyu's stern face was instantly dumbfounded. Huh? P.S. This chapter is an introduction to the two systems of technology and cultivation. Regarding the cultivation system, I personally hope to continue the previous worldview. Later, Lao Sha will teach the little fox, and the system can be slowly presented from low to high, without memorizing it, and in fact, for the invincible flow, the system is no longer important. Anyway, no one can beat Lao Xia for a long time. But I also know that in fact, this kind of sentimental persistence is not very meaningful, but it will make new readers confused. Let's vote. Those who think that the current system should be used will be deducted 1, and those who think it is better to change it to Jinden Yuanying will be deducted 2. There are still few chapters, so it is very convenient to change it. Chapter 29, do you want to learn the immortal arts from me? In fact, Xia Guixuan didn't know how to prove that he was a human being. With his practice, even if he was an alien demon, no one could identify him if he disguised himself as a human, so Yan Wuyu knew that no matter how he was identified, he was a human. As for whether to believe it or not, but Xia Guixuan didn't need to prove himself. Anyway, I said so, you can believe it or not. Yan Wuyu looked at him for a while and said seriously, I believe it. After saying these 2 words, she turned around and strode downstairs. Your identity has been prepared, including the battle suit you asked for. I will have someone deliver it to you later. I will repay you for saving my life in another way. Goodbye for now. What she meant by believing was that as a human being, he could normally contact anything that he could contact with as his profession and level deepened. She would no longer question or guard against it, but might even cover for him. Although this might not make sense at all, if Xia Guixuan really wanted to do something with his strength, this country could not defend it at all, so what did it matter whether you believed it or not? However, I believe it, according to Yin Xiaoru. Isn't it a happy thing that someone is willing to believe what you say? Xia Guixuan looked at her back as she strode forward, knowing that she had completely gotten rid of her previous obsessed state and had regained the posture of a fiery warrior. And it seemed that because she believed that he was a human, she seemed to be much more relaxed, even the unconsciously tense muscles were relaxed a lot, and she looked refreshed. Xia Guixuan knew that she was tired of living. If she was really a rough and fierce general, it would be fine, but in fact she was not. Those flaming eyes could see through many things. The more she saw, the more tired she was. Sometimes he would think, why bother? Why don't you go to the descendants of God? If Jin Yuan was in a social system dominated by cultivation, He would definitely be a hero who founded a sect and lived a much more comfortable life than here. But he knew that for him, both of them were descendants and there was no difference in bias, but it was not the case for both parties. The reason why life is respectable is that they have their persistence, even if it seems insignificant in a higher dimension. Among those who think that existence is not worth mentioning, some will trample on this kind of persistence, while others will retain respect for this kind of persistence. This is the difference in the way. Xia Guixuan belongs to the latter. Although he has seen too much and cannot stir up many ripples. Hey, Sister Yan, aren't you going to have breakfast? Yin Xiaoru's voice came from below. I don't need to eat at all. It's tiring to accompany you to pretend to eat every time. Okay, hey, stop. Yin Xiaoru grabbed Yan Wuyu and asked in a low voice, are you saying goodbye to your ignorant love? Yes, yes, Yan Wuyu laughed. By the way, this man may be in the late stage of Tengayan. Don't be fooled by his silly little demon appearance. He doesn't tell you the truth, but he may not be a good thing. Xia Guixuan, if you cooperate with me to lie, then cooperate. What does the last sentence mean? Yin Xiaoru was very proud. I knew it long ago. Yan Wuyu didn't know why he said such a provocative word. Seeing Yin Xiaoru's unprovoked look, Yan Wuyu felt a little embarrassed and said, let's go, I have something else to do. Then he fled the villa, turned into a blazing flame, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. In the blazing flame, there seemed to be a look back, passing by Xia Guixuan standing on the balcony, as if saying goodbye. Always in such a hurry, Yin Xiaoru complained, and then shouted, Xia Guixuan, come down to eat. Don't tell me you cannot eat. I cannot eat. Yan Wuyu is a level 5 warrior. Ordinary food is equivalent to no energy supplement for her, just taste. As for you Tengayan, Yin Xiaoru was a little uncertain. Ordinary food should still have some value, right? In fact, I also added a lot of special medicines. Xia Guixuan did not explain, and went downstairs leisurely. Anyway, you cook delicious food. I am happy to eat some. This is respect for labor. You are sensible. Yin Xiaoru was happy, holding the spatula in her hand and complained, it's much more decent than that dead woman. But she forgot that Yan Wuyu had accompanied her to eat countless times, but he didn't accompany her once, and it was not as good as a man accompanying her twice. I don't know if Yan Wuyu would be angry and hurt if she heard it. Xia Guixuan also knew why these two women with very different cultivation and status became besties. They both have the blood of the descendants of gods and the same human heart. If it weren't for the bloodline, these two would be no different from humans. Yan Wuyu must be able to see another side of himself in Yin Xiaoru, so it is normal for him to be caring and close to her. And then Yin Xiaoru, how should I put it? Sometimes I feel that she is not a fox, but a husky. Of course, she is not like this outside. Just eat. Why are you looking at me with your eyes rolling around? Yin Xiaoru puffed out her cheeks. Are your eyes suddenly bright? Do you think I'm beautiful? I'm sorry to tell you, no matter how beautiful I am, it has nothing to do with you. You've already pretended to be a boyfriend, and your formula preparation is already making samples. You are no longer useful and can live in the garden today. Xia Guixuan always felt like laughing when he heard her talk, so he casually found a topic. Where's Yin's Hongxiang? He rushed back to the headquarters. After all, it's just a fault of telling tales, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yin Xiaoru paused, and suddenly laughed. Maybe he and my second aunt have a domineering president relationship. Xia Guixuan laughed. As a butler and guard leader, Yin's Hongxiang was originally a peak first-level genetic warrior, so he still has some ability. Since he has been driven away, is there any problem with your security protection now? Yin Xiaoru hesitated. Just promote someone else, or I plan to ask Sister Yan to find me some retired soldiers. What do you think? Things are different now. In the past, it might not be a big deal if you didn't need guards. Now, someone in the Zhou family might be against you. By the time Yan Wuyu sends someone over, it will be too late, and Yan Wuyu is already overwhelmed by her own mess. Why bother her with such a small matter? Yin Xiaoru glanced at him. Why? You are a great master in the late stage of Tengayan, and you are very reliable. Do you want to stay and protect me? Xia Guixuan's true intentions were exposed. I think you should strengthen your ability to protect yourself. Learn immortal arts from the great masters. Yin Xiaoru was a little hesitant. She said she didn't want to learn before, but actually she wanted to learn. Xia Guixuan's arbitrary transformation technique was too much to her taste. That thing was so fun. And the levitation technique, it saved a lot of trouble. and she could fly in the future. Besides, she doesn't seem to be very talented in genetic breakthroughs. She's 24 years old, and has just succeeded in the second transformation. In this small town, she is indeed superior to others. She can even be a hidden little boss to entertain herself. However, it's not worth mentioning in a big place, and it's embarrassing to be in the capital where many heroes gather. Others can still say that there is no need to practice at all. It's enough to make money, become a big CEO, and hire people to protect her. But she knows that she can't do it. As a descendant of the gods, she doesn't have enough power and is very uneasy. But she doesn't know the cultivation method of the descendants of gods. It's all based on the little tricks brought by her talent, which can only be used as an auxiliary and not of high value. If Xia Guixuan is a cultivator in the late stage of Tengayan, he is really qualified to be her master. Qingxin early stage and Tengayan late stage, although the big realm is only one level apart, the actual small realm is 17 or 18 levels apart. Especially the Tengayan big hurdle is a natural chasm that most people can't cross in their lifetime. Well, you can learn. Yin Xiaoru finally swallowed the food and asked cautiously, but, you don't want to become my disciple, right, Xia Guixuan? You wish, Yin Xiaoru, being my disciple, the karma you inherit is too great. Xia Guixuan didn't mean to joke with her. Instead, his tone became a little cautious. I see that you have a good talent in the Fox clan, it's a pity to waste it. I can give you some pointers and it will be the best of our fate. If you really want to be my heir, you may not be qualified. Yin Xiaoru almost overturned the table. I don't want to call you master to serve tea and water, and you are even panting. Xia Guixuan was pondering, you still can't rely on your feelings. You should carefully examine your bones and tailor a method that suits you. Yin Xiaoru didn't realize how terrifying tailoring a method that suits you was. She was thinking about other things. Upon hearing this, she stood up slowly, walked in front of Xia Guixuan, and said in a charming voice, examine your bones? Is that so? Xia Guixuan raised his head, and the little fox's voice was charming to the bone. Just say you want to touch it. You are pretending not to accept disciples. Aren't you afraid that it will be difficult to do things because of the master-disciple taboo? Swish, swish, swish. Yin Xiaoru found herself in a cross-legged position before she could react, and was thrown from the dining table to the living room. P.S. The new book list for the new week has been reset. Everyone, please vote to be on the list. Stick your butt out. Chapter 30 The Immortal Emperor taught his disciple. Sitting cross-legged and flying in the air, Yin Xiaoru is still thinking, how much did he take advantage of to get himself into this state? Why couldn't she feel it at all? A thud, and then she found that it didn't hurt at all, as if she had jumped on the sofa. Xia Guixuan sat opposite her and snapped his fingers. The robot came over with a beep. Xia Guixuan reached in to get a bottle of drink, leaned back on the sofa and took a sip. Yin Xiaoru gritted her teeth. Why do I feel that you are the same as the owner here? The robot remote control is integrated with me. How do you operate it? Xia Guixuan said slowly. I use another set of methods to operate it, puppetry. They are all puppet control methods, and it is easy to replace your control method. Yin Xiaoru was stunned, and her anger was washed away. If he really had any bad intentions, the robots that he thought could protect the inner house rebelled in the blink of an eye and surrounded him. That feeling is really. I never felt that I was in the tiger's mouth. I've studied it and found that your robots are actually quite capable of fighting. Each of them can shoot out the same kind of beam energy as yours, but they are a bit rigid. They're all set programs, and they're less effective when fighting real people. What can we do? Artificial intelligence has been around for so many years, but it can't replace humans. To be honest, if artificial intelligence really develops human thinking, that might be a terrible thing. There's nothing to be afraid of. You're already enemies of alien life, but you're still afraid of this kind of iron lump. What I want to say is that if you practice puppetry, you can solve this problem and become a spiritual robot. In addition, Xia Guixuan paused, although the animals and plants in the ecological park have not become demons, they are spiritual. If you practice the appropriate method, you can call for hundreds of responses. The entire environment will be your guard, and even a blade of grass can entangle you to trap the enemy. Yin Xiaoru's eyes lit up. This is fun, I want to learn this. Although you have some spiritual power, you're still a long way from divine consciousness. It's good enough that you can influence a robot for the time being. The real method of cultivating immortals may be much slower than the means of human genetic evolution. Much slower, Xia Guixuan said slowly. I have learned about it. Yan Wuyu is a special case and does not count. It takes 200 years for humans to have 5 genetic transformations. As for the method of cultivating immortals, it is rare to be able to achieve Jin Yuan in 2 or 3,000 years. Those who can achieve it within 1,000 years are all peerless geniuses. Even so, humans still think that 200 years are too long. Yan Wuyu's more than 100 years have stimulated everyone, Yin Xiaoru said carefully, so I didn't want to learn it at first. For this reason, I felt that the efficiency was really too different. Moreover, the method of cultivating immortals also requires high-end practice methods, and it also requires a lot of opportunities and insights. Conventional hard training is of little use. Especially the so-called enlightenment is too idealistic. I feel that human genetic evolution is much better in this regard. If there are another few hundred years, humans should be able to comprehensively defeat the descendants of gods. That may not be the case. Xia Guixuan smiled. This set of human beings is indeed powerful, but it is a bit short-sighted. Yan Wuyu is a mess in terms of spiritual perception. If it were not for her natural flaming eyes, her spiritual perception as a level 5 warrior might not be able to catch up with a Sorn Cloud cultivator. Well, in addition to combat effectiveness, there is another very direct impact. Do you know what it is? Yin Xiaoru thought for a while. Lifespan. Xia Guixuan was very surprised. Why did you think of this? Yin Xiaoru said, I heard that human level 3 warriors died in more than 100 years, and they didn't live a few years longer than ordinary long-lived old people. But the descendants of gods who soared into the sky can live for hundreds of years. Everyone's physique has been transformed into a very strong one. The only difference is the divine consciousness you mentioned, my mental power. Xia Guixuan praised. You are indeed talented. Yin Xiaoru rolled her eyes. She was not used to communicating with Xia Guixuan in this kind of master-disciple relationship and listening to his praise from a teacher's perspective. The body is limited but the mind is infinite. It is not impossible to have an eternal physical body, but this pursuit is more extreme and difficult to find. The general sense of cultivation refers to the immortality of the spirit and the infinite consciousness. Xia Guixuan said, I have observed that you also talk about the use of spiritual power. But that is completely different from the cultivation of divine thoughts. There is a difference between the primary and the secondary. In fact, this difference is a bit similar to the difference between martial arts and Taoist cultivation. However, your system is more advanced than martial arts, but it is also inferior to martial arts in some aspects. For example, you don't talk about cultivating the mind, nor do you talk about the understanding of the Tao of martial arts. Isn't it a bit confusing? Xia Guixuan said, maybe I don't understand your cultivation very well. It seems like this on the surface. In fact, Yin Xiaoru didn't understand it very well either, so she could only say weakly, the tactics are all summarized by the military, and I don't know if it can be regarded as the understanding of the Tao. Well, anyway, this is not what I teach you. In the real cultivation of the immortal way, the main focus is on the soul. When the soul is strong to a certain level, it doesn't matter whether you have a physical body or not. If you want it, you can keep it. If you don't want it, it doesn't make any difference by changing your skin. Before she finished speaking, Yin Xiaoru asked, the body is just a bag of skin. Is that why you think women are skeletons? Xia Guixuan said with a straight face, that's right. Then why do you make yourself so handsome? I'm born with it. My grandfather and my father are both awesome. They were qualified to have the most beautiful women at that time. And a lot of them. Let's not talk about that. In fact, practice can indeed make your appearance better. After all, it adds to your temperament. Yin Xiaoru's eyes lit up as if a light bulb had lit up. Your family has had harems for generations, and you still say you are not a scumbag? Xia Guixuan, I myself, no. Is this what you care about? Shouldn't it be the second half of the sentence? Yin Xiaoru took out a small mirror and looked at herself. I think I'm already very beautiful. And my temperament is flawless. Fairies are just like that. Xia Guixuan shut up. How come the lessons between master and disciple always go off on such strange topics? You said you were worried about not having the right method to cultivate immortality, but the best method in the world was presented to you, and your focus was just this. He vaguely felt that teaching a useless disciple might become the biggest stain of his life. Whatever he wanted to say before was interrupted, and he threw out a jade slip in a bad mood. I have customized a set of exercises for you. It has not been named yet. You can name it whatever you want. Comprehend it first, and ask me if you don't understand anything. Yin Xiaoru took the jade slip and looked up at Xia Guixuan in surprise. Where did you get these things, including the mirror before? Xia Guixuan threw over a ring. Storage ring. Let me give it to you as a gift. Ring. Yin Xiaoru pinched the ring nervously, secretly sizing up Xia Guixuan's expression. Give me a ring. It's for proposing. You, me. I just finished my meal, and haven't rinsed my mouth yet. Xia Guixuan walked away expressionlessly. This fox's brain is not right, he never behaves normally. It seems that this stain cannot be avoided. Fortunately, he has not really accepted a disciple, otherwise he will be laughed to death by old friends and old enemies in the future. Chapter 31. This is the immortal. The little fox's mind was indeed not on the same channel. For example, after she put away the ring and the magic formula, the first thing she did was not to study them, but to put them away, change clothes and go to work. Except for going to the research institute yesterday, she hadn't asked about the company's affairs for 2 days. There were a lot of things to do. Xia Guixuan didn't say anything. Seeing her dressed in professional attire and driving a fat car to the company, Xia Guixuan actually understood her a little. In fact, it's not her problem. She is too accustomed to modern social life. Every day when she wakes up, she thinks about facial cleansers, skincare products, breakfast, and company business. On the contrary, cultivation seems to be a bit unreal to her, like movies and novels. Although she knows it is real, it is difficult to devote herself to it. If you think about it casually, it is easy to get out of the play. Just like when Xia Guixuan read that novel, she thought the author wrote a very normal sentence, but the barrage was driving. It's almost the same meaning. When she talked about medicine with a Yin Xiaoru, she was much more serious, because that was the most intuitive and familiar to her, so she wouldn't go off the topic. After understanding this, Xia Guixuan had a little headache. It's fun to watch the barrage and ask everyone to do more, but it's not the same to teach apprentices. What is the most important thing in cultivation? Talent? Spiritual roots? No, concentration, dedication, and hard work are the most important. Talents, comprehension, and spiritual roots can all be modified and improved by special means, but whether to use hard work depends on oneself. Why do many cultivators give up this and that? It's because they don't want to be distracted. Including Xia Guixuan himself. The little fox might be a little difficult. But now Xia Guixuan is relieved. Anyway, he is not really accepting a disciple. It's his business to guide the fate method, and it's her business to learn it. Just go with the flow. At worst, he will never admit that this erho was taught by himself. Xia Guixuan waved his robe and left the villa to the ecological park. The ecological park management has received instructions from Yin Xiaoru and allocated him a brick and stone 3-story house on the top of the hill. There are more than a dozen rooms and the land is quite large. Because it was the collective residence of the early ecological park management staff, there is an alloy fence outside the house. Later, the beasts gradually became a little spiritual. Everyone was afraid of danger, so they all moved to live under the hill and surrounded the hill with an electric fence, and the house on the top of the hill was idle. Xia Guixuan stood on the top of the mountain and looked at it, feeling very satisfied. It was not only remote, but also occupied the top. Standing on the roof, with the eyesight of ordinary people, one could see the general appearance of half of the city, mountains, rivers, fields, tall buildings and bridges. There were not many people, and it was a quiet and livable place. There was a spring on the mountain, and the spring was just behind the house. It gurgled out, went down the mountain, and merged into the lake below where he had stopped to watch. The grass was green and the white cranes were flying, which was very beautiful. There were tiger roars, cicada chirps, and the rustling sounds of snakes crawling in the mountains, all of which could be heard. This kind of natural beauty is indeed hard to find in the city. If Xia Guixuan were to choose a place to live, it would definitely be this place. Turning his head to the south, Yin Xiaoru's villa was about 700 or 800 meters away from the gate of the garden, but the distance from the hill to the exit of the garden was several miles. The hill is not high, but the mountain road from the foot of the hill to the top of the hill is winding and several miles long. If a mortal walks, it is not close. But if you stand on the hill and look down, it is very close. Maybe a mortal with a telescope will have a chance to peek at her changing clothes? Anyway, there is no chance to peek, because the band protection on her side is very strict, but she is not as stupid as she is in front of Xia Guixuan. Maybe she subconsciously knows that no protection is useful in front of Xia Guixuan. Just like this moment, Xia Guixuan looked casually, and saw everything in her room through all the protection. Pajamas and other things were thrown on the bed in a mess, the bedding was not folded, the pillows were scattered all over the place, and the dressing table was in a mess. The whole room was like a pigsty, and the diligent housekeeping robot was tidying it up. Xia Guixuan retracted his gaze, and mist had risen under his feet without knowing when. The building was covered with mist, and he lived above it, as if he was in the clouds. The mist dissipated, and the ordinary 3-story dormitory building had become a bamboo and wood pavilion. The top of the building was in the shape of a pavilion, with green tiles and flying eaves, and no walls on all sides. Xia Guixuan stood by the pavilion, leaning on the railing and looking out. The breeze blew gently, causing his robe to flutter, as if he wanted to ride the wind away. He gently stretched out his hand. A bluebird flew from the clouds and landed in his palm, staring at him curiously. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. This is a familiar environment. You can absorb and learn new things, but you still have your own living habits. Xia Guixuan stretched out his hand and pointed, and the ecological tea tree below suddenly had a bright and alternative color. A few young leaves fell from the tree, circling and flying towards him, and the spring outside the building, with water vapor, slowly rose up and fell into the teapot that appeared in front of him at some point. Xia Guixuan lifted his robe lightly, sat on the stone table in the pavilion, raised the pot and poured a cup of tea, and smiled at the bluebird in his palm. Please have some tea. The bluebird didn't understand. Yes, you have no spirituality. I won't enlighten you and add to the cause and effect. Xia Guixuan released the bluebird and suddenly shouted, Fat tiger, come up. The roar of tigers in the mountains rose, and the wind suddenly became stronger. A fat tiger rushed up from the mountains, and then seemed to step on something in the air, flying all the way to the top pavilion. Fat tiger didn't expect this wave of flying in the air, and seemed to be very scared. He sat down next to Xia Guixuan when he came up. Xia Guixuan laughed, rubbed its head, and fed it a sip of tea. Fat tiger showed a comfortable expression and squatted at Xia Guixuan's feet and rubbed it. Xia Guixuan took out the energy that Ling Moxa tried to use to blast Yan Wuyu, and said with a smile, I am not your father god. This is the energy that your father god invaded my body that year. Why do you say this strangely? Was it infected by the little fox? After a pause, he continued, anyway. This strand of power has been fighting with my blood clots for tens of thousands of years. Just last night, it was stimulated by someone to harm others. Fat Tiger's eyes showed a look of desire. You can't touch it, it will make you die. You should guard the gate and the mountain for me, and I will gradually absorb it for you in the future. Xia Guixuan needed the energy ball, and there was also a smile in his eyes. Now, first divide a part of it to fill the little fox's ecological park aura, so that she won't cry. As the voice sounded, the energy ball in his hand lit up with a crystal light, and the stars penetrated into the ground and were re-injected into the cave 1,000 feet below. Soon the aura in the cave was dense, like the night and the stars. The ecological park above has restored the original aura that was slightly higher than other places. Fat Tiger was ecstatic. Xia Guixuan suddenly said to the void, General Yan, what kind of technology do you have that can see me from thousands of miles away? As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and a nano-drone appeared. In the capital, Yan Wuyu stared blankly at the pavilions and towers on the display screen, and asked for a long time, what is this? Xia Guixuan knew what she meant and smiled. This is a fairy. Yan Wuyu was really shocked. She had seen many powerful gods, but she had never seen this kind of thing. With a wave of his hand, the mountains and rivers had changed, and the fairyland appeared in front of him, without even a trace of fireworks. Especially how did he know that he was on the other side of the screen through the drone? This doesn't make sense at all. Isn't this how divine thoughts are used? Xia Guixuan smiled and said, this mustard seed machine is very interesting. There is also a small space inside. Without waiting for Yan Wuyu to operate, he hooked his finger, and the drone suddenly expanded. Poof opened a small window, and two things fell out. A low-level battlesuit and an ID card. Yan Wuyu didn't know how to complain about the fact that the machine he controlled listened to his commands. He explained dryly, under normal circumstances, you don't need a physical ID card. Your file is already in the database. You can bind your account to the watch. In the future, she wanted to say that she could walk normally in human society in the future, but seeing Xia Guixuan's magic, she always wondered what these two were doing. Is a mere identity really worth operating for him? Xia Guixuan was very grateful and smiled. Thank you, I can walk around more freely in the future. Maybe I will really ask you for a researcher identity, Yan Wu Yu. Xia Guixuan put away his things and said, so you also have space technology. No wonder the little fox was not surprised when he saw my storage ring, but thought about something else. Yan Wu Yu was speechless. After a long while, he uttered, what you want has been delivered. Don't take the drone away. I still need it, thank you. Xia Guixuan flicked his fingers again, and the drone disappeared and appeared in front of Yan Wu Yu in an instant. Looking at the drone that appeared in front of him out of nowhere, Yan Wu Yu still hasn't recovered from his shock, as if he were in a dream. I recommend a book called Ancient God Breeder. I heard that the latest copy is Jin Mei. I suspect that this ancient god is a tentacle. Chapter 32 Battlesuit and Charger Captain. A subordinate came in to report, waking up the dazed Yan Wu Yu. What's the situation? The Zhou family really said that they didn't know anything about Zhou Pengcheng, and they denied it all. How? Yan Wu Yu sneered. Zhou Pengcheng has only been in Sangaiyu City for more than 10 days. Can they fool a ghost? The subordinate hesitated and sighed. They don't need to fool a ghost, they just need to be able to explain it on the surface. Yan Wu Yu said coldly, they are willing to cut off their wrists. Zhou Pengcheng is the legitimate son, right? The subordinate said, Captain, you should be more careful in the future. I know. In addition, about what the captain said, he is not a descendant of God, but has practiced magic. We only know that there are such people in the Immortal Cultivator Association. As for this association, the origin is a bit mysterious. Forget it, don't investigate. Our Special Warfare Division is a combat department, and we don't have any professional talents to investigate cases of power disputes. Huh? The subordinate was very surprised. They will also be unfavorable to you, Captain. You don't even check it? We are not professional. We can entrust our brother units to secretly. Yan Wu Yu smiled. This association has fallen into the eyes of someone. There is no need to care about it. Subordinates. Oh, right. Yan Wu Yu suddenly asked. 1024. Are you a fan of Ling Mozu? The subordinate had a fanatical expression. Yes, Captain. Mozu's singing is really. You are just staring at her face. What singing are you talking about? It's unfair, Captain. Your face is not worse than hers, but who would like you? Oh, help. Bang. A human-shaped depression appeared on the wall, and 1024 slowly slid down the wall to the ground. Yan Wu Yu patted the dust on her hands and asked casually, is Ling Mozu's concert today or tomorrow? The concert has been postponed. Mozu is feeling a little uncomfortable. Yan Wu Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. In fact, she did not recognize that the black-robed person was Ling Mozu. As Xia Guixuan said, her level of divine consciousness was indeed very ordinary. The other party's robe had a strong shielding effect, and her flaming eyes could not see through it. Even the other party's voice had changed and could not be heard. But she instinctively felt that the black-robed woman should be someone she had seen before, for no reason. Asking Ling Moxu was just a random screening of the women he knew, but he didn't expect to get something out of asking the first one. Would a star's concert be postponed just because of a little discomfort? Well, maybe Ling Moxu has the qualifications to be willful. But Ling Moxu is said to be a high-level third-level genetic warrior. Would she feel uncomfortable casually? Maybe she is not uncomfortable at all, but is digesting the holy blood. So the black-robed man didn't stay in Sangaiyu often, because they are all busy. But there are still some logics that are not clear here. Why don't they send a strong man to sit in for a long time? Afraid of cheating? Yan Wu Yu thought about it, but still shook her head and didn't go deeper. I want to ask, just because no one is so careless, and I don't want to understand the people who want to kill me. But she also knows that Xia Guixuan's reminder is right. If she conflicts with them at this time, she will not be able to conflict with them, and will be harmed. Since Xia Guixuan has set her sights on those people, Yan Wu Yu really thinks that those people are finished. She has never seen a more terrifying existence than Xia Guixuan, even though he always smiles. Xia Guixuan, who is already omnipotent in Yan Wu Yu's heart, looked a little stern at the moment. When Yan Wu Yu was wearing the battlesuit, he didn't scan and analyze it directly. Although he was sure that he wouldn't see inside her, he always felt that the posture was too dirty. He could say that he saw only skeletons, but the other party didn't think so. Now that the real battlesuit was in front of him, he could finally analyze it seriously. Xia Guixuan drank tea while stroking the battlesuit and sensing it. Slowly, the teacup in his left hand stopped at his lips and he forgot to drink it for a while. This thing is much more powerful than imagined. It should be. Yan Wuai was a pseudo-Kaiyan in the early stage, and her strength after wearing the battle suit is comparable to that of the late Kaiyan. This seems normal at first glance, but it is terrible when you think about it carefully. Because the energy gap between the early and late stages of Kaiyan can crush the energy of all previous levels together. What is the concept of a piece of clothing that can provide such ability and protection? Not to mention that it can also provide her with mental amplification and band disruption, and even her lack of spiritual practice has been mostly covered up. What kind of effect is this? A very high-level magic weapon can either kill, protect, or assist in amplification. It is very rare to achieve both protection and amplification, not to mention that this is a dual protection weapon. The one in front of me is of a lower level, a level 3 warrior configuration, and the effect is the same, but it is reduced to the corresponding level 3. This is directly skipping the years of hard work that the immortal cultivators should spend. This is a mass-produced product, which is only limited by the materials. It is not like the immortal cultivators who have to spend a lot of effort to sacrifice a magic weapon. If there's this thing, Yin Xiaoru's potion that enhances the ability to resist attacks should mostly be used in some special situations where the battle suit is not worn, otherwise it will not be used at all. And the battle suit is not just a piece of clothing, there are other accessories. Xia Guixuan picked up a pair of goggles and looked at it for a long time, then shook his head. The function of the goggles is to see through the illusions of the corresponding level, provide visibility of certain scenes, and a certain degree of perspective. There are no guns here yet, and those are the things that are comparable to offensive magic weapons. Xia Guixuan doesn't think that the gun in Yin Xiaoru's hand can represent the destructive power of high-end products of the human military. There must be more terrible guns or other forms of war machines. For example, the Galaxy battleship may have the power to destroy stars? Thinking about it, I feel like vomiting blood for the descendants of gods. I finally understand why the cultivation civilization of 25,000 years should have had formless cultivation long ago, but the living space is still squeezed out by humans, and wars still come and go. It's cheating. But then again, although the magic weapons of immortal cultivators are important, they will not rely on them to this extent. What immortal cultivators really value is their own cultivation. When they are at a low level of cultivation, they are more dependent on external objects. When they reach a high level, like him, ordinary magic weapons are basically useless. Any move they make is the power of magic weapons. What materials can be compared with their own magical powers? They really only use one life treasure, and the rest with their bodies. Other magic weapons are just given away casually, or used to save energy at certain times. In other words, once the descendants of gods have improved their cultivation, they are not as dependent on external objects as humans. If humans fall into a special situation where external objects are restricted, they will be useless, but the descendants of gods will not be affected much. In addition, the formations of the descendants of gods will be particularly useful in battles, and humans have nothing to compare with in this regard. They still have their own advantages and disadvantages. Xia Guixuan looked up and thought for a long time, and suddenly laughed. The descendants fought against each other, and they were evenly matched with each other's advantages and disadvantages, and they have been tug of war for more than 20 years. At this moment, I seem to have a headache because two children hurt each other. Don't fight anymore, it's simply. Don't let me wait until the next time you go to war, and let you know what the slap of your ancestors and father gods is. Fat Tiger, what do you say? I go to humans to get a battle suit that I can use at my level? Can I kill gods when I go back? Fat Tiger was confused. It's not my way, Xia Guixuan sighed to himself, let alone using external objects. I feel that even if I analyze the principles of their battle suits, it will not help my way. Could it be that my way is not to bypass the direction of technology? I thought wrong before. Hey, Cindy, who are you talking to just now? Yin Xiaoru's voice came from below. Turning around, the little fox scurried up the mountain road very lightly. As soon as she reached the top of the mountain, she looked at the bamboo and wooden pavilion and was also dumbfounded. What is this? Xia Guixuan poured tea casually, and said in his mouth, this is the fairy. I wondered if this could inspire your enthusiasm to learn the fairy method. Seeing Yan Wuai almost dumbfounded, Yin Xiaoru was really shocked. She had only been there for half a morning, and it looked like he had changed for a long time. Was his transformation really so bizarre? But how did this faint spiritual energy revive? The whole mountain was really like a fairyland, more beautiful than before. Although she was shocked, Yin Xiaoru still managed to maintain her character. You didn't destroy the wires that were secretly laid in the house, did you? What will you do if you want to watch TV and charge your watch in the future? Xia Guixuan paused while pouring tea, and all the fairy spirit was wiped out by this sentence. The air was suddenly very quiet. It seemed as if Fat Tiger was laughing. Xia Guixuan gritted his teeth. Come up, you dead fox. Yin Xiaoru rushed up and saw a fat tiger squatting there. She was almost scared out of her wits and subconsciously took a defensive posture to fight Fat Tiger. What a natural enemy. Xia Guixuan was too lazy to laugh at her. He took off his watch and threw it over. Do you think my watch is short of power? Yin Xiaoru was on guard against Fat Tiger. She took the watch with one hand and glanced at it, and was dumbfounded again. It was fully charged. He had used it for 2 or 3 days and it was not low at all. Xia Guixuan was so disappointed. I learned this little power trick on the first day of my training. Talk to me about wires. Yin Xiaoru took off her watch and carefully passed it to Fat Tiger. I forgot to charge my watch yesterday because I was arguing with Sister Yan. You are so convenient, help me charge it. Xia Guixuan had a blank expression. Others treat me as the Immortal Emperor, but you treat me as a charger. Chapter 33 finally settled. Actually, I don't think of you as a charger. Yin Xiaoru smiled and pinched his shoulder from behind. I still think of you as a treasure. Xia Guixuan felt the insincere pinch and was speechless. How does it look like a treasure? Charger. Swoosh. Yin Xiaoru was thrown out in a cross-legged position again. Fat Tiger's round head followed her trajectory and watched her press the fence and flip back in a very chick way, as if he had already prepared for the ending of being thrown out. Then he sat across the stone table from Xia Guixuan very naturally. Seeing that Xia Guixuan was not in a very good mood, he asked curiously, I'm kidding. Are you worried? It can't be because I don't study the immortal law seriously. Xia Guixuan was not in a good mood because of the bottleneck of the Tao. This was the most important thing for him, and he didn't have much nonsense in his mind. I thought that the science and technology path would be very beneficial to me if I could draw inferences from one instance to another. Now it seems that there is a little deviation. There is no meaning even for recovery from injuries, let alone the value of breakthroughs. Maybe it's because these are still too easy to analyze? Well, it's possible. After all, I only analyzed the structure and effectiveness, and I didn't understand the basic theoretical principles. After all, this is a completely different theoretical system. His basic knowledge in this area is equal to 0. He still understands it according to his own way, which is still within his original framework. Of course, it doesn't make much sense. But if this kind of indirect testimony is not enough, and I really need to learn the basic scientific knowledge from scratch, I always feel weird, and it doesn't seem like the way I should go. Of course, this kind of thing is not urgent. After so many years, how can I be impatient because of 2 or 3 days of testimony? Seeking the truth cannot be rushed, there is a long way to go. Xia Guixuan finally didn't say much, just said, your watch still has half of its battery. What are you charging? The principle of this watch is that it automatically converts air heat and solar energy to drive it on weekdays. Yes, if it is in standby mode for a long time, it almost doesn't need to be charged, but who can just be on standby? Everyone relies too much on it, and power consumption is no joke. Even for light users, they still have to charge it every few days. Then this, Xia Guixuan stroked the battlesuit. What is this energy? I feel that there is also some electrical energy, but the principle is slightly different. This is micronuclear energy, which generates energy by fission, which can be converted into electrical energy to activate some things. Of course, it can also convert other energy functions, but this also needs regular maintenance every once in a while. Yin Xiao subconsciously answered a long paragraph before suddenly reacting. Hey, why do you have a battlesuit? You just saw such a big piece of clothing now, only Sister Yan can do it for you, right? This is a bit ambiguous, can't you change the word? Anyway, it can only be her. Yin Xiaoru stared with surprise. I asked Sister Yan to get me a battlesuit but she refused, saying it was against the rules. Why would she give it to you? Because she knows that I don't need to wear this out at all. Xia Guixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know what's going on in your fox brain on weekdays. I'm afraid you can't do the practice that requires you to eliminate all thoughts. If you say that I have something on my mind, then that's that I'm teaching an apprentice like an idiot. Well, but I really want to learn, I'm serious. You see, I only went to work for 2 hours today, and it usually takes me until lunch. Oh, Xia Guixuan glanced at her. Is there something you don't understand about the magic formula I gave you that you came to ask? It's quite easy to understand. There's nothing you don't understand, Yin Xiaoru said. It's just that I felt a little guilty at the beginning. It would be best if you were by my side. Xia Guixuan nodded slightly. Yin Xiaoru was not a novice who didn't even understand the terminology. The exercises he tailored for her were also from the shallow to the deep, and it was easy to understand at the beginning. If she had doubts about this, then he would probably have to doubt her IQ. He thought for a moment and said, I think your problem is that your mind is not calm. You can try to meditate and enter a state of concentration, and follow the exercises. I'll be by your side and you'll be fine. Yin Xiaoru looked around. Now, Xia Guixuan put away the teapot and teacups on the stone table. Well, just sit on the stone table. I can correct you at any time. Stone table, everyone practices with a seat on the ground, or at most a cushion. What, do you want more special equipment? A 9th grade lotus platform? No. Yin Xiaoru bit her lower lip, but a strange look of mischief and seduction flashed in her eyes. Then Teacher Xia, please tell me if my posture is standard. Xia Guixuan drank tea casually. Of course. Up, puff. Yin Xiaoru sat sideways on the stone table, with her hands behind her back. Her upper body formed a graceful S-curve. Her long legs and black silk stockings stretched out sideways, making her look more seductive than when she usually leaned against the sofa. Then she tilted her head slightly and tossed her long hair. Her eyes were full of flirtatiousness, and her voice was extremely charming. You even let people sit on the table to appreciate it. I didn't expect Teacher Xia to be so playful. Xia Guixuan gritted his teeth. Yin Xiaoru, are you doing this on purpose? Yin Xiaoru really did it on purpose this time. She thought Xia Guixuan was particularly cute when he was serious. From the day they first met, she thought his serious look was very funny. Now he looks like a teacher and wants to flirt even more. Teacher Xia doesn't want this posture. Xia Guixuan's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. I asked you to meditate calmly, not to show off. You said you want to learn seriously even though you are like this. Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, what is the posture for meditation? I see there are videos everywhere on your internet, and you are still pretending not to understand? Sit in the double cross-legged position, with your 5 hearts facing the sky, get it right, and stop showing off. Oh, Yin Xiaoru sat up weakly, and a smile flashed in her eyes again. Xia Guixuan drank tea unhappily, and still couldn't settle you. Oh, wait. Yin Xiaoru's posture was still very standard this time, but she was wearing a suit and short skirt, sitting cross-legged in front of her, or on the table, and her sight was at a glance, and she could see everything. White. And there were also interesting hollows. Puff. Xia Guixuan suddenly turned his head and sprayed Fat Tiger in the face. Fat Tiger, Yin Xiaoru was saying, so Teacher Xia likes to be serious but casual with a little bit of that. No wonder she flirts with Yan Wuyu. Yin Xiaoru. Xia Guixuan felt that his self-restraint was almost destroyed by her, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you really not reserved at all? Yin Xiaoru felt very aggrieved. This is the posture you asked me to pose, and I, as a poor apprentice, dare not resist. But you are blaming me. I didn't think it would be like this, but you must have thought about it. Why should I think about it? Because you don't put it away now. Xia Guixuan said helplessly. Is it fun to tease me? Yin Xiaoru finally laughed. Do you have any misunderstandings about Vixen? Then why don't you do this in front of others? Because they don't know I'm a Vixen. Impeccable. Xia Guixuan sighed. The descendants of gods are not demons at all. You are not a fox, but a humanoid race with fox characteristics. As he said that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and touched her brow. Yin Xiaoru was stunned, and felt that her hidden fox ears and tail were clearly displayed. At the same time, something seemed to be growing inside her body. A feeling of resonance and pursuit with the way of heaven was awakened in her heart. That was, the pursuit of the origin that had been forgotten for a long time. The restless heart and funny consciousness were completely suppressed in this instinctive feeling, just like a human being came to an empty plateau, looking at the blue sky and green grass, the wind blowing the grass low, and the vastness everywhere. There seemed to be a whisper of gods echoing in the heart, all of which were resonance and call for nature and the world. There was no more impetuousness in the fast-paced society, and no more thoughts of mischief. Xia Guixuan's voice came to her ears. If you are a fox, you should leave your cosmetics, film and television dramas, company business, robots and the internet for a while, and look at this long-forgotten life and nature. Yin Xiaoru slowly closed her eyes and slowly entered into a state of meditation in the vastness. It seems to be done? Xia Guixuan was not proud. He did not expect that he would need to use the guiling technique. What should he do in the future? Forget it. Anyway, it is enough to be able to enter a state of concentration. This guy actually has a talent for cultivation. Once he concentrates, look how smoothly the circulation of this Haoshan is. The spiritual energy cyclone is running rapidly, and the magic power is almost visible to the naked eye. But this fox ears and tail, suit shirt, skirt and black stockings, are quiet and holy, and the charm is moving. Why do I feel a little thirsty? Xia Guixuan drank the tea slowly, and his consciousness received Fat Tiger's thoughts. You say that she will cry for a long time after being punched. Xia Guixuan was very pleased that there was someone to succeed her, and then threw it out. Chapter 34. 3 days after the tentacles were opened. This serious straight guy is actually not a good person at all, Yin Xiaoru said to the robot angrily. Do you know what he has been doing recently, robot? Yin Xiaoru fiddled with the telescope in the window. In the mirror, she could see the hills, bamboo buildings and pavilions in the distance. Xia Guixuan was leisurely leaning on a chair drinking tea while looking at the light screen on his watch. Others did not use telescopes to spy on Yin Xiaoru, but Yin Xiaoru did use a telescope to spy on Xia Guixuan. Xia Guixuan knew that she was watching, but he was too lazy to pay attention to her and read his novel by himself. It was no longer the previous system text, but a historical text. He found that the current novel format was not as unchanged as he had originally imagined, but actually changed a lot. It is mainly reflected in the fact that a paragraph of text can be directly converted into virtual video. You can directly feed back your reading imagination into virtual image, but more users still choose videos pre-shot by real actors. Click in the text paragraph and the video will be displayed. The most popular among them are some video clips starring Ling Moxu. Ling Moxu's main job is a singer, not an actor. She has very few film and television works. Instead, she occasionally participates in some stylish novel video clips, mainly focusing on historical and fairy tales. With her popularity as a planet-level queen, the book she participated in will be very popular. Then Xia Guixuan also specifically read novels with videos of her participating in. Looking at Ling Moxu riding a horse and holding a gun in the screen in front of Xia Guixuan, Yin Xiaoru gnashed her teeth in hatred. Who is not a general? Isn't Sister Yan attractive? Does the singer have the heroic spirit of Sister Yan, robot? Is it possible that he just likes singing? No, this stinky straight man doesn't like women at all. I'm sure. Yin Xiaoru turned around a few times in the same place, as if he wanted to kill him, but what was he worried about? Beep, the robot made an electronic sound. Master calendar reminder, now is the practice time, for 2 hours. Note, going to the ecological park will get you beaten by Fat Tiger. Short-term goal, you can use levitation to bypass Fat Tiger. Yin Xiaoru covered her face and lay back on the bed. It's not that she doesn't want to learn. In fact, after she started, it was not as difficult to calm down as it was at the beginning. She could practice on time every day. It's not that it's not fun. Although she hasn't started to practice fun techniques yet, it's just a seemingly boring meditation. But when she gets into it, she will feel a wonderful feeling. The so-called floating in the air feeling is originally used to describe this kind of thing. It should be a very fun thing, but it takes too much time. It takes at least 1 hour, or 2 hours, to wake up from meditation. Xia Guixuan said that it will take longer after practicing more deeply. So should I do other things? The dramas I was following before were all interrupted. I can't go out for shopping, have a beautiful spa, drink some coffee, etc. when I had free time before. The whole rhythm of life is disrupted. I heard that meditation can replace sleep in the future. It sounds okay, but Yin Xiaoru feels that she likes sleep more. What should I do? Fox sighed. I don't know when I can float over and bypass the mountain guarding Fat Tiger. In fact, Yin Xiaoru also knew that Xia Guixuan was right. No matter what, wanting to fly is definitely the first pursuit of cultivation. At least this small goal must be achieved first. Yin Xiaoru straightened her feet and sniffed as she entered into meditation. At the same time as she entered into meditation, Xia Guixuan seemed to sense it and smiled slightly. If she knew that I could make her a flying magic weapon at will, would she be angry to death? Of course, I am doing this to spur her on. Fat Tiger felt that his master was taking revenge on her. But Fat Tiger didn't dare to say it. Her talent is really good. It should also be related to the genetic evolution. Her body has been improved a lot. In addition, she is born with the blood of the descendants of gods. She was born with a feeling of heaven. It is easy for her to sing the phoenix for the first time. The initial stage of the phoenix should be a matter of a few days for her. Xia Guixuan raised his head and thought for a while, and whispered, genetic evolution is not suitable for her, because her practice should contain the evolution of her physical constitution and bloodline. The direction of the nine-tailed fox is her own genetic evolution, not that of humans. But this probably requires a walk around the territory of the descendants of gods and getting something. Fat Tiger wanted to point at his nose and ask what about me, but saw Xia Guixuan stand up and go into the house. Too early, let's talk about it later. Fat Tiger. Xia Guixuan seemed to enter the house, but in fact, he had just entered and was 1,000 feet underground. The space of the original Sea of Blood underground is now filled with spiritual energy, an immortal spirit. There is a tripod in the middle of the space. There seems to be a red light in the tripod, and the fragrance of medicine is overflowing. He is actually refining the elixir by himself. There are many good medicinal herbs in the ecological park. Xia Guixuan has been refining medicine recently because his own elixir has been used up. Although the medicinal herbs here are of average quality, it is still possible to refine some decent ones for the expenses. It can also be given to the little fox, and a beautiful figure kneeled beside the cauldron, with a blood-colored slave mark on her forehead, staring at the cauldron with eyes full of enthusiasm, but she dared not even touch it. Ling Moxu. Xia Guixuan suddenly appeared in front of her. Ling Moxu bowed her head deeply and whispered, Master. Xia Guixuan smiled, what, can you remove my spell? No, I dare not. It's okay, you can continue to remove it. Ling Moxu gritted her teeth and said nothing. Her concert was postponed. Yan Wuyu thought it might be due to the absorption of holy blood or something, but in fact, she was not on the mood for that. In the past few days, all her energy was used to eliminate the slave mark, but no matter what she did, she could not find any clues. She did not dare to tell her teacher about this matter, so there was nothing she could do. Who would have the heart to hold a concert at this time? Forget about postponing it indefinitely. But even in the extremely closed secret room, she could inexplicably hear the man's voice in the depths of her heart. Come to the old place, I have something to ask you. Ling Moxu had no choice but to come out of retreat and quietly flew to Sangyu City. She was stunned the first time she sneaked into the underground. The space that was originally full of destruction and blood had turned into fairyland without knowing when. The vast breath from the tripod in the center made her feel as if she was facing the entire universe. What kind of treasure is this? The elixir refined from this treasure can probably be upgraded several levels with any ordinary medicinal materials, right? Xia Guixuan obviously knew her thoughts very well. He patted the pattern on the tripod and smiled, you are smart and didn't touch it. I didn't set any restrictions, but if you really dare to touch it, its spontaneous rejection can kill you 10,000 times. What is this? Ling Moxu couldn't help asking. You may have heard of this thing, so I won't tell you. Ling Moxu lowered her eyes with a strange look. She had experienced the nasty nature of this master, and felt that he was like some evil cultivator. The only consolation was that this evil cultivator had no interest in her body. In fact, Xia Guixuan treated her badly simply because he had no good feelings towards her. He kept her because she was useful. Since your Xiandao sect is a cultivator of immortality, you must know some things about alchemy and refining. Xia Guixuan handed over a list. Please help me find a batch of the things here. If you really can't find them, mark them for me. I believe you dare not disobey. Yes. Ling Moxu took the list and glanced at it, and found that the things were not very demanding. Some of them were even common goods. Only 1 or 2 items needed to be found from the descendants of gods, but she also had channels. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Moxu will finish it as soon as possible. Xia Guixuan nodded and said, I have another question for you. You said at the time that there was a trend among humans that believed that technology had reached a bottleneck and cultivating immortals was the direction, so your Xiandao sect was established. The question is, where did the core of this initial practice come from? Ling Moxu said, in the early years, the relationship between humans and the descendants of gods was very good. Humans spread technology to the descendants of gods, and the descendants of gods also generously shared many cultivation methods with humans. It's just that the qualifications required for cultivating immortals are too high, and most people can't adapt to it at all, and it's too slow, So humans still choose their own genetic evolution path and cooperate with technology. In other words, there are actually many cultivation methods circulating among humans. Your Xiandao sect started because some people were successful in cultivation and then formed an organization. Yes, too fast. It's only been more than 200 years. What kind of cultivation do your senior leaders practice? Ling Moxu shook his head. Our leader is unfathomable and doesn't know how to practice. Isn't it your grandfather? No. Xia Guixuan thought for a while. Do you have your highest technique? No. I was only appointed as a saint because of my special status, not a leader. I don't even know who the leader is or where he is, but you want to be a leader? Yes. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, that's easy. I'll help you become a leader. You show me the highest technique. Unexpectedly, Ling Moxu, who always answered questions, fell silent. After a long time, he said, if this is the master's ultimate goal, please sign a heavenly Dao contract. After the matter is accomplished, the slave seal will be lifted and it will not be placed a second time. Otherwise, there is no point in being a leader of a slave. It is better not to do it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Cause and Effect. Xia Guixuan was amused by her words. He wanted to communicate with Ling Moxu normally, so he naturally would not trigger any soul attraction. Ling Moxu only felt a faint fear of submission at this time, but she did not have the emotion of kneeling down and calling him dad subconsciously, so they could have a normal conversation. But Xia Guixuan originally thought that she would not have the courage to refuse. The soul suppression she had suffered before and the absolute fear of her strength were enough for her to obey his orders. She had seen so many people over the years that sometimes he only needed to show his strength to scare a lot of people to kneel down like dogs. It was unexpected that Ling Moxu, who was originally thought to be unscrupulous in order to get ahead, dared to resist under the soul suppression. Xia Guixuan felt that it was a little different from what he had imagined before, and he became interested. He smiled and said, why do you think you are qualified to bargain with me? I activate the slave pattern, so you will naturally do anything. What is there to bargain with? Ling Moxu was silent for a moment, and said slowly, Master is so powerful that he must have a purpose and a clear meaning in doing things. There must be countless people willing to be the Master's servant. Since the Master is not after my body, there is certainly no need for him to hold on to me. After completing the goal, it doesn't matter whether he has this servant or not. So Moxu thinks that I can at least ask the Master how long he wants this servant. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, that makes sense. Ling Moxu took a deep breath and whispered, if the Master makes it clear that he will not let me go no matter what, and drives the slave pattern to make me do whatever I want, then Moxu will naturally have nothing to say and will just do it. Xia Guixuan stroked his chin and looked at her for a while, then smiled and said, being a leader, even though there is still a master behind you, is still more powerful than the current one. Most of the time I will not interfere in your affairs. As for the deal itself, why do you have to refuse? Ling Moxu did not answer. Is it because the current leader may still have the chance to help you remove the slave mark? If you make a deal with me and overthrow the current leader, you will lose the last chance of saving yourself from being a slave. Ling Moxu bit her lower lip, feeling desperate. This man saw through people's hearts, and her bargaining was meaningless. Even if he refused, the other party only needed to activate the slave mark, and everything would be settled. You are very unwilling to be reduced to a slave. You try every possible way to find a chance to be free. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, it's okay. I'm not angry. In fact, I admire you a little bit. After a pause, he smiled and said, this is called the pride of not being inferior to others. It's a good attribute. Ling Moxu looked up at him quietly. I don't know if his tone is really admiring or a sign of hiding torturing people. Tell me why you want to kill Yan Wuyu. It's just because she happened to discover your important business and must be eliminated, right? Ling Moxu said, we didn't want to kill her originally. If the master was hiding nearby and watching the whole process, he would know that we originally wanted to use courtesy before force. It would be best if we could reach a deal. It's not just that she suspected and wanted to shift the blame to the descendants of God. Of course, I won't say empty words in front of the master. Her suspicion is indeed correct. We did prepare a plan to kill her. If she doesn't know what's good for her, then kill her. However, Yan Wuyu is an important general of Daxia and a pillar of the country. You should know this. Your other identity is the granddaughter of the Senate president. Don't you have any burden about this kind of thing? Ling Moxu glanced at him again in a strange way. Aren't you an evil person? Why do you sound so righteous? She thought for a moment and whispered, Master. I'm afraid you will torture me after hearing the truth. Don't be petty. Do you want to provoke me by saying that I promise not to torture you? Xia Guixuan laughed dumbly. Don't play these games in front of me. Just say what you mean. Who has the time to torture you? Ling Moxu sighed. Master thinks that Yan Wuyu is the pillar of the country, but many people in the human military don't think so. The mainstream opinion does not trust Yan Wuyu at all, and thinks that sooner or later she will turn to the descendants of God. There were several battles when she suffered losses, and many people suspected that it was Yan Wuyu who leaked the information. If it weren't for Gongsun Jiayu's protection, she would have been dismissed and punished long ago. The more extreme and radical ones thought that since Gongsun Jiayu was protecting her, they might as well assassinate her. Are you one of them? I'm not that radical, but I also don't trust a half-god descended person in a high position in the country. Sooner or later, it will be a source of chaos. Since we happen to have to make a choice, there's nothing wrong with killing her. On the contrary, it can be regarded as removing an unstable factor for the country, and many people will support it. Xia Guixuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The so-called possibility of torturing her was obvious, because Ling Moxu thought he was a descendant of God, and thought that her attitude of questioning and rejecting the descendants of God might anger him. Indeed, Xia Guixuan felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. They were all his descendants, and it turned out like this. It seemed that he really had to find time to go to the descendants of God and see what the situation was like there. He didn't say this, but just said lightly, but if you want to kill her, it's your own business first, not for the country, so you can't mix this matter with official business to whitewash it, right? Ling Moxu's expression became more and more strange, and he whispered, yes, let me tell you frankly, your being a slave is the punishment for this matter. When the time is right, I will transfer the master-servant relationship to Yan Wuyu. Unless she is willing to forgive you herself, no one has the right to forgive her on her behalf. Ling Moxu really couldn't think of this as the reason, and couldn't help asking, Master, could it be Yan Wuyu's? No matter what exists, there are always things that are pleasing to the eye and things that are not pleasing to the eye. I like her, so I don't like what you did. It's just from my heart, it's that simple. Of course, there may be people who like your actions more and think that I am meddling in other people's business and standing up for you. Okay, this is cause and effect. Talking about good or evil, right or wrong, is not the same from everyone's perspective, and there is not much point in arguing. I'm explaining this to you because your pride and arrogance deserve a certain amount of respect. Don't be so confused that you don't even understand why. So now you know how and when the slave mark can be unlocked, so you can consider how to do it. Just do other things you are asked to do, and don't rack your brains to think about them in vain. Ling Moxu's mind was indeed much calmer. Such a powerful person generally does not make empty promises, and always keeps his word. Since you know the root cause, you won't be at a loss, and there is always a way. But how can you make Yan Wuyu forgive her? She didn't dare to reveal her true identity in front of Yan Wuyu, otherwise it would cause other troubles. The two of them didn't dare to mention this matter in their conversation, so what's the point of talking about forgiveness? Go and become besties with Yan Wuyu as Ling Moxu. Once she knows the truth one day, she will only be more angry about this deception with a purpose, so how can she forgive? But no matter what, knowing something is always better than the original state of being confused. Ling Moxu calmed down a bit and whispered, in this case, Moxu will try to obtain the core skills of the sect for the master to review. At present, we don't even know where the leader is, so we can't do this for the time being. Once there's a chance, how can Moxu contact the master? Recite the 3 words Xia Guixuan in your heart 3 times in a row, and I will know. Ling Moxu is terrified. Isn't this ability the legendary god? Okay, Xia Guixuan stretched out his hand and touched her forehead. I will hide the slave mark for you so that it won't be exposed. You can hold your concert casually. Ling Moxu's expression became strange again. In fact, it doesn't matter whether there is a slave mark at the concert. It can be explained as new makeup. Of course, it is not appropriate to have this new makeup endlessly on weekdays. It would be best if it can be hidden. But I didn't expect that this master actually paid attention to the concert. Is he so free? As a result, She heard a more leisurely sentence. Well, the female general you played is okay, and you still have the fierceness. It's just that the original novel is weird. How could there be a female general in love with Si Taikang in the early Xia dynasty? And Taikang snatched change and caused Hawaii to rebel. The author wrote it all nonsense. Ling Moxu was amused and helpless. It's a fictional history. Actually, there are other things to write. Forget it. Why am I telling you this? Xia Guixuan waved his hand. Go, go. The watch suddenly rang. Xia Guixuan answered the phone as Ling Moxu looked more and more strange. Yin Xiaoru's voice came from the other side. The Zhou family said that the reagents we provided to the military were stolen from their research results, and they took the Yin family to court. Xia Guixuan asked curiously, what basis do they have to say that it is their research results? I guess they have people from the Immortal Cultivator Association who analyzed our formula, and then they come to argue that our research has never been in the direction of divine elixir. If they continue to argue, it will be a competition of relationships between the families. The Zhou family is deliberately using their power to suppress others. Someone from the Yin family has already blamed me for causing trouble. Yin Xiaoru was very annoyed. You also call me trouble. The Yin family is simply sick. Xia Guixuan blinked, glanced at Ling Moxu who looked strange, and suddenly laughed. Our formula was clearly provided by the Immortal Cultivator Association. Yin Xiaoru was stunned. Ling Moxu didn't know what her expression was. Chapter 36. The first reaction of the reader Ling Moxu was that the mysterious and aloof personality of the master had collapsed. Just now I said that you can find out by silently reciting the name 3 times, and now I see others contacting him on the phone. My status has fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. More importantly, it is obvious that the other party in this conversation is Yin Xiaoru, so isn't the identity of this man about to be revealed? Isn't he the little white-faced boyfriend that Yin Xiaoru was rumored to have kept 2 days ago? Isn't it too easy to find him? Just go to Yin Xiaoru's house and it's done. Why recite the name 3 times? And if it's him, isn't it because he saved Yan Wuyu because of Yin Xiaoru's bestie? What's the meaning of the word? What's the difference between good and evil? Ling Moxu simply said MMP in her heart, not knowing whether to say it or not. And then, it's good or not, but it's too bad to say that the formula was provided by the Cultivator Association. The Zhou family and the Cultivator Association obviously have cooperation. He knew about the previous cooperation in the Blood Sea, and this time the Zhou family was able to identify Yin Xiaoru's medicine as a divine elixir system, and it was obviously also the help of the Cultivator Association. As a result, what he said forced me to break with the Zhou family and stand on the side of the Yin family. Do slaves have no human rights? We are good allies. Do you have to turn against us just because you say so? In fact, the strong power of slaves is also beneficial to you. What good is it for you to mess up the strategy of the church? Just for Yin Xiaoru. It doesn't matter if I expose my identity and lose my status, or if I reduce my potential power. It doesn't matter if you don't care, but I am the one who gets hurt. It's too bullying. Don't feel bullied. Xia Guixuan squatted in front of her with a smile, and said with a smile, you know it well. If someone else has such a master-slave contract, you will be so miserable. It won't be just this little thing. Ling Moxu sighed, knowing that this man is relatively not harsh. You can even say that he is easygoing. But whether it is harsh or not, it is unbearable. That's why I have to struggle to break free, otherwise what's the point of being a leader, and I will be a slave to others and have no autonomy. I have worked hard all my life, and I have made great efforts to advance my genetic evolution and practice the cultivation of my descendants. I did not do this to be a slave to others. Just as I was thinking this, a flower suddenly appeared in front of me, and a precious light bloomed, and the fragrance was overflowing. A shining pill appeared in front of me. This is for you, Xia Guixuan said with a smile. Your path has the meaning of dual cultivation of immortals and martial arts, but if you don't do it right, it may lead to conflicts. This pill is for your fusion, and it also makes it easier for you to absorb the holy blood. From now on, you can stop your genetic evolution, and you can stop the little bit of ice-cold technique you are thinking about. That holy blood, huh? At this point, he laughed inexplicably, and continued, that holy blood is indeed a great opportunity for you. You should rely on your bloodline and take the path of physical sainthood. The technique can be mainly sword cultivation, which also complements your sharp sword bone. Ling Moxu looked at him blankly, not knowing what he meant. Giving things can be regarded as a slap in the face and a sweet date. But pointing out the path, This. Xia Guixuan said indifferently, the stronger you are, the more useful it is to me. If you are strong enough to break free from the slave mark, it is your ability. I will never care, but will praise it. Compared with the path, what is the value of the Zhou family's ally? Ling Moxu's heart moved slightly. If it was said before, she might not understand it. After all, the Zhou family is a very powerful and influential family in both the military and political circles, and is a very important ally. But as she absorbed the holy blood and her understanding of the heavenly Dao improved, she also began to feel the significance of the Dao, which could really transcend everything. As long as the Dao that Xia Guixuan pointed out was indeed the right path that she should pursue, then it would be worth it to exchange 10 Zhou families for just a few words. Okay, Xia Guixuan stood up and stretched. Xiaoru is going to fight Fat Tiger. I'm leaving. You are a smart person. You know what to do. Xia Guixuan disappeared with a tripod in an instant. Ling Moxu rubbed her sore knees, stood up with some difficulty, and stared at the aura and avoided a trance, speechless for a long time. Ling Moxu was very good at guessing people's minds, but she had no idea what this man was thinking. Before, she fought back to the death, risking the possibility of being tortured. In the end, not only was she not tortured, but he said that she was worthy of respect and explained the cause and effect clearly. There was also a meaning in his words, that she could break free, and find other ways. As long as she could break free, he would accept it. He made her fall out with her allies, and even compensated her. He didn't ask for any list of materials for her. It was better to ask for help than to ask a servant to do something. Ling Moxu doubted that he would pay her if she found something for him. Ling Moxu had a feeling that he didn't want any loyal servants at all. The more you don't accept your fate, the more he appreciates you. He appreciates the means to break free from him the most. He seemed to be reading a novel, watching how each character was portrayed, and he didn't have his own purpose at all. I don't know if this feeling is wrong. What if I guessed wrong, and if I resisted harder, it would reach the critical point and anger him. He was too arbitrary, and he seemed to do things completely based on his mood. I couldn't understand what he wanted. Is it that a life that has reached a certain level of strength will have this kind of messy nature? Ling Moxu was sure that such a person could not be in love with Yin Xiaoru, so what was he doing? Daughter? Disciple? Anyway, she didn't dare to consider dealing with Yin Xiaoru to threaten Xia Guixuan. She knew that this was an absolute dead end. If she wanted to die, she could just try it. For now, it's better to be obedient and think about how to break free from the shackles first. Maybe it would be better to curry favor with Yin Xiaoru? Ling Moxu sighed and opened her watch to make a call. Don't get too involved in the cooperation with the Zhou family. I will make new arrangements when I come back. The subordinate didn't understand, but still said, yes. Did the leader say when he would come to Beijing? No. Since the day when the blue dragon floated in the sky and the leader left a message to the saint to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the sect, there has been no news. Ling Moxu nodded. The leader was very likely a true descendant of a god. She knew that no human could practice immortal arts to such an unfathomable level in just 200 years. The leader wanted to do something with her identity, so why didn't she want to find an opportunity to use the power of humans to drive the leader away and gain the power of this sect that was already secretly powerful? Obtaining the holy blood secretly without knowing the leader's power was a key step. At least she had to have a certain amount of resistance. Originally, everyone had their own little calculations and were still within tacit understanding. Now a master has been inserted forcefully, and I don't know how things will turn out. Before Xia Guixuan returned to the bamboo building, Yin Xiaoru was riding on Fat Tiger and beating him up. Stop me, I just don't want to fight with a beast when I have nothing to do. Do you really think I can't beat you? Fat Tiger was beaten to tears, and seeing Xia Guixuan coming back was like seeing his real father. Xia Guixuan pulled Yin Xiaoru away with a smile. I asked Fat Tiger to stop you, so that you don't run here all the time and delay your practice. If I want to delay my practice, I won't go shopping. Does it smell good here? Yin Xiaoru said with a little guilty, because she really just wanted to run here when she had nothing to do, and she didn't know what was attractive here. After kicking Fat Tiger away, Yin Xiaoru asked the main question in a bad mood. What's going on with the Immortal Cultivator Association? For now, if we want to live a quiet life, there are two forces that we must deal with. Two, yes, Xia Guixuan smiled warmly. One is the Zhou family, and the other is the Yin family. Yin Xiaoru's heart skipped a beat, and then she heard Xia Guixuan continue. Now is a good time for the Zhou family to retaliate against the Yin family. The Immortal Cultivator Association is now an ally of the Zhou family. As long as they bite back and stand on the side of the Yin family, and Yanwu, you must want to help the Zhou family. The combined efforts of several parties can make the Zhou family suffer. In this process, don't you think you can also shut up the Yin family? Yin Xiaoru looked at him stupidly for a long time. Are you a cultivator? Yes. Why do I feel that you suddenly don't look like one? Is this something that cultivators consider? Well, before cultivating immortals, I was a queen. After cultivating immortals, I was okay, Cindy. Yin Xiaoru patted his shoulder and said, I'm very interested in this matter. Come to my room tonight to discuss it in detail. Chapter 37, Kinzan Sandai. Of course, Xia Guixuan did not go to Yin Xiaoru's room, but Yin Xiaoru entered Xia Guixuan's bamboo building. This was Yin Xiaoru's first time to visit the hall. She strolled around with great interest, humming a song. Before cultivating immortality, I was a queen. After cultivating immortality, I was a front. Xia Guixuan had a blank expression on his face. With a dong, he took out the tripod and placed it in the hall. Yin Xiaoru did not look back because her eyes were attracted by the decorations in the hall. There was a flute hanging on the right wall, a sword on the left, and a painting of Dao controlling the flood in the middle hall. There were strange paintings of 9 people on the left and right, some men and some women, and it was unknown who the paintings were. Below was an incense burner with light smoke curling up. Yin Xiaoru stood next to the incense burner and looked at the painting of 9 people. There seemed to be some vortex in the picture, attracting people's attention. Among them was a woman with a faint smile, as if it were real or illusory, as if she wanted to leave the painting. Yin Xiaoru whispered like a dream, who is this woman? Xia Guixuan turned his head to look, his pupils shrank slightly, and then quickly lowered his eyelids and said lightly, Xiao Siming, the god of marriage. Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, Shu Yuan's 9 songs? Xia Guixuan said lightly, Xia Jinuj, the ritual of worshipping gods in the Xia dynasty. Chu Yuan imitated Xia Jinuj to write 9 songs. Then, Yin Xiaoru pointed to the male statue in the middle of the 9 people. Who is this man? Why is there no face painted? Xia Guixuan said with a straight face, Dong Huang Tai, you asked too many questions. Aren't you here to talk about the affairs of the Zhou and Yin families? I think, Yin Xiaoru said hesitantly, looking at these pictures, I always feel that I have no interest in the affairs of the Zhou and Yin families, because you have a heart of kin, a real heart of kin, and you already have a sense of the attraction of the immortal way, Xia Guixuan said. Before, you were a second-generation gene, and on the surface you were a heart of kin. But in fact, it was just the improvement of your physique plus the spiritual talent of the Fox clan. Now you have spiritual practice and have entered the immortal way. Although it is because of the good foundation and the talent of the descendants of gods, you still practice very quickly, faster than I thought. I always feel that Xia Guixuan's words are particularly long-winded, as if he is intentionally nagging to attract her attention and stop asking more questions. Yin Xiaoru looked at his stern face and gave up the idea of continuing to ask. The little fox knows how to read the eyes, when to joke and when not to. But it's still so strange. He clearly had a stern face when asked about these things, which means he doesn't like to talk about it, so why bother to bring it up? The time will come for the young phoenix to sing for the first time, and the heart of the zither will dance like an immortal after 3 iterations. Xia Guixuan continued, you begin to sense spiritual energy and gather magic power in your body. It's the initial stage of the path to immortality, called the phoenix beginning, also called the key training period. You have completed it in the past few days. Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, so fast? I told you that you have a good foundation. The second level of genetic evolution has actually paved the way, but it won't be so easy in the future. The heart of the zither wasn't that easy in the first place, Xia Guixuan explained. The heart of the zither is also called foundation building. It originally required 3 iterations of the Dao heart. To put it simply, it's about practicing for a reason. It's a process of making your mind clear. In fact, the requirements are not high. Even if you say that you just want to become stronger, as long as you remain unchanged after repeated tests, then, and you, Xia Guixuan glanced at her and suddenly smiled, you have made your mind clear for more than 20 years. During this time, I guess it's the desire to find your relatives, return home in glory and slap their faces. Yin Xiaoru's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she pursed her lips without saying a word. Xia Guixuan smiled, even the most cheerful fox has his worries, so don't ask me about some of my things, Okay, everyone has their own little privacy, I understand. Yin Xiaoru curled her lips and said, is it so easy to build a foundation? Does it count for people who want to get rich since childhood? If it's too mundane, it's usually a bit difficult, but if you are really determined to choose money over your life, it's okay. It can be considered a rare ambition. There are many strange people and things in the world. In the early years, we would stick to some cognitions, but now we have changed, and nothing is impossible. Yin Xiaoru scratched her head and still felt that it was a little easy. Who hasn't read a few novels? Everyone says that building the foundation is very difficult. Is it special to change the name to Kinzan? As if he could see her thoughts, Xia Guixuan smiled and said, it's really different to call you Kinxan, because it focuses on the heart. But it's not that easy, because the transformation of mana liquefaction also has a threshold. Many cultivators need to rely on pills to help them break through. I originally refined some for you, but you couldn't use it. This really surprised me. Yin Xiaoru sighed. Why is the foundation building pill missing? It's weird. Xia Guixuan laughed dumbly and threw a bottle of pills over. This is the foundation building pill. Although you have passed the hurdle, your realm is not stable, so it is still meaningful to take it. It is also useful for subsequent improvement, but don't be greedy, or it will be ineffective. Yin Xiaoru pulled out the cork and saw that it was filled with dozens of pills. Yin Xiaoru was at a loss. This is the foundation building pill. It's really not candy beans. Xia Guixuan was too lazy to pay attention to her. Yin Xiaoru didn't take it too seriously. She put the medicine bottle into her bag and said happily, you said I'm a genius, right? Yes, then when can I fly? To be able to fly, as the name suggests, you need to be in the Tengyant stage. Flying into the sky and hiding in the ground, riding on clouds and chasing the moon, these are the signs of entering the immortal way. This is also called the Jindan stage, the so-called Jindan Avenue. It is a very, very important level. How long will it take? Xia Guixuan tilted his head to look at the wall. You are indeed very talented. If you can calm down, you can succeed within 20 years. Yin Xiaoru widened her eyes. 20 years, maybe it can be reduced a little if you are lucky, unless there is some great fortune. It's already very fast, and this is because you have good talent and I help you. A lot of hard work will take 200 or 300 years. Xia Guixuan, you are fooling me. Kinzan will only live for 200 or 300 years, yes, so she will die if she doesn't break through. You, Xia, well, wait until your kin heart stabilizes for a while. The second or third level, it should be enough to support a levitation spell to float around, which can barely be considered flying, right? Yin Xiaoru gritted her teeth. That's right. Xia Guixuan turned back to look at her, and suddenly said, if you want to return home, of course you will return as a nine-tailed celestial fox. Could it be that you will return as a human genetically modified? Yin Xiaoru was stunned and muttered, too slow. To be honest, your genetic evolution is not suitable at all. It's really meaningless to have only reached the second level in 24 years. A true disciple from a famous family has been practicing since childhood. At this age, he is at least at the threshold of breaking through the Sorn clouds. A genius should have broken through it a few years ago, Xia Guixuan said seriously. Don't be impatient for quick success and instant benefits. What suits you is the best. What's more, I think you have great luck. Who knows if you really have some special fortune? What suits you is the best. Yin Xiaoru muttered, are you going on a blind date? Xia Guixuan looked strange and held his breath for a long time. Choosing a path is much more difficult than a blind date. For a blind date, the worst that can happen is that I won't choose anyone, but for a path, that's not possible. Yin Xiaoru covered her face. This stinky straight man. In fact, she was convinced, because she really trusted Xia Guixuan in her heart, and it seemed that nothing he said would be wrong. She didn't know why she saw ghost. Okay, Yin Xiaoru lay on the table listlessly. Let's talk about the Yin and Zhou families. It seems like we came here to talk about this. Actually, there's nothing to talk about, Xia Guixuan said casually. Since the Yin family said that you are causing trouble, then let's go to Beijing to solve it. What else do you want to do by staying in Sangyu? Go to Beijing. Yin Xiaoru was a little nervous. There are too many capable people in Beijing, and I'm afraid I can't hide my identity as a descendant of gods. Xia Guixuan sighed, but didn't say that as long as I'm by your side, no one can tell. He knew that this fox-er has still needed some psychological comfort, so he handed over a necklace. It was made temporarily from lake pearls collected these days. Although the level is average, At least Yan Wu you can't tell when you wear it on your body. Yan Wu you can't even be seen by you. Didn't you say that her divine consciousness is not good? Xia Guixuan frowned and didn't answer. Yin Xiaoru still took the necklace. Everyone knows that Yan Wu Yu's spiritual power is weak, but the human genetic system is like this. There are not many people who are better than her in this aspect. As long as she doesn't run around, there should be no problem. She held the necklace with a blushing face, not knowing whether to wear it on the spot or think about it later. Why did this guy give her both a ring and a necklace? Does he know what she means? Chapter 38 Moonlight and Flute Music. In fact, Yin Xiaoru still has many things she wants to ask. For example, what is that tripod? Is the sword on the wall a flying sword? That jade flute. Can Xia Guixuan play the flute? I wonder how well he plays it. Well, if he knew that this word was polluted, I wonder if he would still play it? In addition, Xia Guixuan seems to like things with a flavor of the Xia dynasty, such as the picture of Dao controlling the flood, the picture of Xia Jij, and so on. Is the tripod imitating the 9 tripods of Dao? However, the Xia dynasty's attire is definitely not like him, and the Xia dynasty did not have such a sword and jade flute. It seems that he has absorbed new civilization progress along the way and gradually witnessed it until now. Including now, it seems that he is still doing such things. It's too strange. If you say that there are such ancient practitioners on Earth, Yin Xiaoru can still believe it. But how can there be on this planet? The people on this planet are either new immigrants or natives of the planet. Do they have anything to do with ancient China? She was full of curiosity, but Xia Guixuan obviously didn't want to answer related questions. She could only hold back her curiosity and left with a look back every 3 steps. After all, it was late, and she still had to go back to her own house to sleep. They planned to take a plane to Beijing tomorrow morning. Yin Xiaoru is always a little nervous. She doesn't dare to go to Beijing. The reason why she has been staying in Shanghai, in addition to the special nature of the ecological park, is to find a place to stay away from the capital. Unexpectedly, she was put in the spotlight this time, and she will not be able to escape sooner or later. Before leaving, she saw Fat Tiger on the mountain road. Yin Xiaoru pretended to kick him, and Fat Tiger ran away with his head in his hands. Yin Xiaoru laughed and her mood suddenly became very good. Xia Guixuan is a very magical and mysterious person. It seems that nothing will happen with him. Just like the magical male and female magic mirrors, Yin Xiaoru has not asked Xia Guixuan why he has a male mirror inexplicably, as if it is normal for him to have any strange things on hand. Just like this lake pearl necklace. Yin Xiaoru gently stroked the necklace on her chest with her slender hand. The lake pearls emitted a soft light under the moonlight, like the moon and the stars. The light reflected her pretty face, hazy and beautiful. Suddenly, the sound of a flute came from the mountain. Yin Xiaoru stopped and looked back. Xia Guixuan was standing on the top of the pavilion, playing the flute under the moon. He seemed to be playing it sideways. Can the flute be played sideways? Yin Xiaoru didn't know. Regardless of whether it was tainted or not, she thought it looked very handsome when played sideways. It also sounded very nice. Unfortunately, in the past 20 years of rushing in the city, the fox's artistic cells had long been forgotten in the hustle and bustle of the city. She couldn't understand the meaning of his flute sound, but she felt that it was refreshing to listen to it. It was not some kind of resentment, melancholy and nostalgia, but a kind of clear and distant, singing under the moon, and fishing boats singing in the evening. Under the night wind, it was as if the immortals were seeing her off. Although he didn't look at her, he was looking at the moon. Farther away, Ling Moxu stood in the dark, looking at the figure on the top of the mountain with some surprise. She was going to fly back to the capital overnight, but she didn't leave for a while, and she unexpectedly heard this fairy music. This master is more and more different from what she imagined. Her artistic cells are different from Yin Xiaoru's. Yin Xiaoru only felt that singing in the evening under the moon. She knew it was the famous song High Mountains and Flowing Water as soon as she heard it. The lofty ambitions of the mountains and the vast ambitions of the flowing water have nothing to do with a moonlit fishing boat. It's just that the music he played under the moon brought the quietness of the moon. But he didn't want to be like Boy meeting Ziki. All he wanted was the moon. Even if I ran to tell him, Master, I can hear your quiet moon in the mountains and flowing water in the mountains. I am your soulmate. He would probably just smile and say, oh. This is a mountain hermit who has seen all the world and has left the world. He is not an ordinary person at all. Then you still accept female slaves. Woo. That's not right. He is not an ordinary person either. Does this song have a sense of longing or remembrance? Ling Moxu was a little unsure. Judging a person by a song does seem to be a little exaggerated and hard to see through. People are inherently contradictory, not to mention a person like him. How can he be simple on one side? But, after practicing to his level, shouldn't he be very pure? Ling Moxu was a little unsure again. What does she know about cultivation? Under the moonlight, the sound of the flute is leisurely. One person is walking in the mountains, and the other person is watching quietly, each with a confused mind. Fat Tiger sat under a tree and watched, thinking that it was really beautiful, and that was enough as long as it was beautiful. I don't know what those two stupid women were thinking, they were boring. The next morning, the sun rose and the moon set, and the sound of the flute under the moon in the mountains had become a scene from another dimension. Xia Guixuan sat in the cabin, looking at the clouds outside the window, and smiled with interest. Why do you feel that the plane has not changed in hundreds of years? This shouldn't be the case. Yin Xiaoru sat next to him playing with a virtual screen, and said casually, only the appearance has not changed, the material and energy have changed a lot. The biggest change is that there are no flight attendants, and you men can only look out a window. There are really no flight attendants, they are all robots, because most of the services can really be replaced by intelligent services, and there is only a human supervisor who is responsible for handling things that intelligence cannot do. The population of Daxia is only tens of millions, less than 100 million, and the area is almost the same as that of Eurasia. With a vast land and sparse population, human resources have become a very important resource, and most jobs can only be replaced by robots. There may be more service robots than people. No wonder Yin Xiaoru said that it would be terrible if they had human thinking. Many science fiction works have discussed this. In fact, Xia Guixuan thinks that their technology should be more powerful for artificial intelligence. I don't know if it is deliberately suppressed, or more advanced control is not used for civilian purposes. I may see more interesting things in Beijing this time. After all, Shanghai was just a third-tier small city. Even a kinks and fox can walk sideways. What can I see? Look at the fox itself? Since there are no flight attendants, I'll just read novels. Xia Guixuan leaned comfortably on the chair and turned on the light screen, saying casually, the seat design nowadays is much more interesting. When I saw them before, I felt that I didn't know what the designers were thinking. They were anti-human. Especially the bus seats. Although I haven't sat in them, I think the passengers would be very uncomfortable. Is it intentional? I don't know. Yin Xiaoru looked at him with even more strange eyes. What era was that seat from? How come I don't know? Xia Guixuan closed his mouth and decided to just read the novel. Yin Xiaoru leaned over to take a look. Is it that novel about the Xia dynasty again? The one written by Xiao Jiu? Yeah, Xia Guixuan said leisurely. Works about the Xia dynasty are rare, and the ones I occasionally see are about King Ji of Xia. It's really not easy that there is one during the Taikang period. What's even more rare is that he is not a villain, and he is also in love. According to the comments, it's so sweet. What does this description mean? Yin Xiaoru kept wondering if the person who played the flute last night was the same person sitting next to her now. After a long pause, she said, who told you that this Taikang is not a villain? It's precisely because villains are very sweet as long as they can fall in love. Is that so? Xia Guixuan touched his chin. Why are there no real-life videos of the love scenes? Ling Moxu only performs martial arts scenes. Ling Moxu never agrees to shoot love-related scripts. Yin Xiaoru pouted and said, a pure and noble queen. Her grandfather is a high-ranking official and has the capital. Xia Guixuan nodded in approval, but he was not praising Ling Moxu. Good thing. I don't want to see others play Taikang randomly. Yin Xiaoru looked at him strangely again. Why? Others are not handsome enough, and it is unlikely that they will meet the description in the original novel. Yin Xiaoru said speechlessly, why do I have a feeling that you are so interested in this nonsense book because the author wrote Taikang very handsome? Xia Guixuan blinked and did not answer. The original novel praises the male and female protagonists as immortals. If we really follow the original novel's standards, I think even Ling Moxu is not good enough. Where can such an actor come from? You think too much? That's not right. Yin Xiaoru looked him up and down for a while, and suddenly smiled and said, you go and act, maybe you can have some flavor. Chapter 39 Zui Nigan Sword. Xia Guixuan himself felt that a light bulb had lit up in his head after hearing this. This was fun, and it was much more fun for him than for others, much more fun. The little fox's brain really worked fast. Xia Guixuan really wanted to give her a thumbs up. He had a habit of giving thumbs up to other people's comments recently. Fortunately, he didn't really click it out, because at this time, his mind received the information that someone had invaded the house, which distracted his thoughts. Looking at Ling Moxa flying cautiously to the top of the mountain, Xia Guixuan grinned. This girl should have flown back to Beijing last night. Maybe she guessed that he would leave today, so she deliberately stayed here to wait for him to leave, and went to the house to find out about him. It would be best if she could find a way to remove the slave mark. To be honest, Xia Guixuan didn't care about her calculations and infiltration. In order to get some benefits from him, a powerful man, there are many people who are willing to be slaves and servants, and even willing to lick the soles of his shoes. Xia Guixuan has seen a lot of them. Ling Moxa knew that she was so strong that she was beyond her comprehension, but she still didn't want to sell her dignity for benefits, and she would rather not even give up the position of leader. She was respectful on the surface, but in fact she would try to break free at any opportunity. This was a sword bone, and Xia Guixuan was very sure of her path. Although it was not sharp enough, there was a smooth compromise. It was not pure enough, there was a worldly desire for power, and it was quite cruel. But it was indeed a sword bone, but it was not a sword of a swordsman. In a sense, it could be called the sword of the emperor. The blank of the sword. Whether it can be successful depends on whether there is a way, otherwise it is just an ambitious person everywhere. Back then, Xia Guixuan gave a Chixio sword to a man named Liu Bang. It was a gift that made Xia Guixuan very satisfied. Liu Bang killed the snake and rose to power, and the 400 years of the Han dynasty began from this. I don't know if Ling Moxa is Liu Bang or Dongzhou, it remains to be seen. Xia Guixuan thought about it, but quietly took away some defensive restrictions that might be too much for her to bear, and let her go. Ling Moxa carefully used some magic weapons that Xia Guixuan thought were very low-end, and separated the various defense bands scattered throughout the ecological park. Ling Moxa stepped lightly outside the bamboo building. Before she could marvel at the environment, she was startled by a fat tiger sitting at the door. The fat tiger was also startled when he saw her, and he ran away without even performing his guarding duties. Xia Guixuan, Ling Moxa was not surprised. Her aura was like that of an ancient beast to such a beast. Which tiger dared to make a sound? It seemed that the master's guard was just like this. Ling Moxa breathed a sigh of relief and entered the hall carefully. The hall was indeed quiet, just like the layout that Yin Xiaoru had seen before, except that the tripod was put away. Ling Moxa's heart was beating fast, and she quickly searched the entire building, but found that there was not even a box or cabinet, and there was no place to hide anything at all. She returned to the hall anxiously, looking around for a while, thinking about something. There are flutes, swords, and paintings. I don't know how much Xia Guixuan values it. If it is taken away, can we negotiate terms? She looked up at the painting of Dao's flood control and shook her head for a long time. What's the point of negotiating such conditions? It's unwise to really anger the other party. She had no intention of taking advantage of small things or causing trouble to vent her anger. She sighed to Zhongtang and said, after the sneak, I wonder if you can detect auras or something in the future. I'll accept the punishment if you want. After that, she looked at the water control map for a moment, and whispered to herself, when I listened to your flute last night, I thought a lot. In fact, I didn't think there was anything wrong with me killing Yan Wuyu. Even if we don't mention the issue of human descendants of gods, just talking about the treasure hunt in the secret realm, the contenders are all enemies of the Tao. Who would care whether the other person is a saint or a villain before killing someone? But then I calmed down and continued to watch. She came for official business and had no selfish motives. I took blood for myself, and she died in the line of duty. Others have their own inclinations. From my point of view, of course the Tao is the first priority and cannot be given up. Even if I start over, I will probably make the same choice. But as for apologizing to her, I should admit it, it is impossible to obtain Yan Wuiyu's forgiveness in a normal identity. The political storm caused by exposing Ling Moxa as the saint of Xiandao sect is not my personal business. I can only take her full-strength attack as a black-robed man to resolve this cause and effect. If I can survive, I hope you will keep your word and remove this curse from me. It's okay if I die in her hands, but it's better than being a slave. I have promised you the Zhou family's affairs, and I will finish them first." Having said this, it seemed that her heart was relieved for a few points, and she turned around and wanted to leave. But suddenly she couldn't move. A sense of extreme fear surged in her heart, as if there was a real beast nearby. She turned her head stiffly and looked at the 9-person picture hanging on the wall. The faceless man in the middle slowly had facial features and slowly became three-dimensional. His whole body bulged like a relief, and he didn't know when he walked out of the picture. Xia Guixuan. Ling Moxu looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her calves were trembling a little. She stuttered, You? Xia Guixuan smiled kindly. "What is your Tao?" Ling Moxu was stunned. "What you pursue? Power? Strength? Immortality? Transcendence?" Ling Moxu was stunned for a long time, and slowly said, "I just want to become an immortal. I do think that is the true direction of human practice. Everything else is just a means. Well, it can be considered as seeking the Tao and seeking knowledge. Then you become a celebrity, not for the limelight. Is it a part of the incense and fire Tao?" "Yes. Of course. I do have the mentality of being in the limelight, and the desire for power of the superiors. I dare not hide it from the master. Too unreliable." Xia Guixuan did not care about the second half of her sentence. Instead, he walked to the wall, took down the hanging sword and threw it over. "For you." Xia Guixuan grinned. "This sword has a great origin. Do you know what it is called?" What? Zhuan Yuan sword." Ling Moxu's heart trembled, and subconsciously hugged the sword tightly, but instinctively did not believe it. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, "Don't stare at me like that. This is just a replica. It's not of a high level. It's just what you can use at this moment. The sword skills and sword intentions contained in it are also incomplete, but they are very valuable to you and can be used as basic laws." Ling Moxu felt a little relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The Zuanite sword is too exaggerated. It's hard to make people believe it. Even if you are awesome, it sounds like bragging. What's more, you just give it away. Is the Zuanite sword a cabbage? Saying it's a replica makes it more credible. Although it's also strange. Replicas must imitate the real thing. Is there really a real Zuanite sword in the world? Just thinking about this, Xia Guixuan continued, "The real thing is also here." Ling Moxu, "Hey," Xia Guixuan suddenly asked with interest, "if you really submit to be a slave, I will give you the real thing. Are you willing?" Ling Moxu's face turned green and red, and she didn't know how to answer. After a while, she said, "That kind of loyalty can't deceive the master, so why bother to tease?" Tisk. What an answer. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, "Okay, you keep the imitation. Maybe one day you will have the real thing." Ling Moxu swallowed his saliva. His heart was beating so hard that it was about to jump out of his throat. He wanted to say something but couldn't say it at all. Xia Guixuan said, "I have another question for you." Ling Moxu hurriedly said, "Master, just give me your orders." Xia Guixuan laughed. The master's call is suddenly more sincere. "You see, in fact, you can't escape it. Do you suddenly feel that your back is not strong enough?" Ling Moxu blushed and lowered his head without saying a word. Xia Guixuan did not continue to attack her, but instead said, "Well, how do I get a role in your novel video? Do I have to find the author?" Ling Moxu, the topic jumped too fast, and the tone was like a roller coaster, Zuanite sword and soul torture, and suddenly it was about making a video. Is this the thinking of a mysterious master? Mortals really can't understand it. Xia Guixuan urged, "Why are you in a daze? Who should I find to make your video? My plane is almost there." Ling Moxu suppressed the feeling of vomiting blood, and said weakly, "The author does not have the copyright, and his words have no say. The copyright belongs to the website." Xia Guixuan, slavery. Ling Moxu coughed dryly, not knowing how to explain, but said, "If we only talk about the few films I participated in, the film and television copyrights have been bought by my company. If you want to participate in those books, I can decide." Xia Guixuan's eyes sparkled. So convenient. Ling Moxu subconsciously took a step back. Xia Guixuan pointed at his nose, "Then arrange it. I want to play Si Takang." Ling Moxu didn't know whether her brain had been hit so hard that she couldn't understand what people were saying, or the other party's brain had been hit so hard that he was talking nonsense. "You are an unfathomable strong man, the kind who can flatten the continent with a wave of his hand, and you told me to participate in a film and television drama." "No, that's not a film and television drama, it's just a video of a novel segment, a fast version." Xia Guixuan was very excited. Don't say it silently 3 times in the future, just contact me directly with your watch. My account is, Ling Moxa silently added the account. Xia Guixuan on the plane looked at the avatar of a white-clothed sword fairy beeping, and the ID was called Moxu. He couldn't help but shook his head inside, a woman without any fun. He casually clicked to approve. Ling Moxu looked at Chop into meat sauce and approved your request, and her heart was a little nervous. This ID is really murderous, which is somewhat consistent with her initial perception of him. But Xia Guixuan said, how about it? I heard that adding the word Jiang is very cute. Do you want to change it to Moxu Jiang? Ling Moxu spit out a mouthful of blood. Thank you for your trouble, master, but I don't need it. Here's a sacrifice of the Wizard of Cthulhu, imitating the mysterious setting. Those who like this can take a look. Chapter 40 Bullying. Ling Moxu left the house like a dream, soaring into the sky towards the capital, and was like sleepwalking all the way. She didn't even bother to feel the aura of the Zuinil sword in her hand. Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru got off the plane leisurely and checked in. If there is any difference between the plane and the past, it is that it is much faster, and there are fewer people at the airport, and the little fox beside her is much colder. In the second half of the flight in the sky, Yin Xiaoru didn't talk much, as if she was brewing the mood of a female president. When she got off the plane, she was already a female president with a workplace temperament and a sense of seriousness. When they first met, she was stunned, and her lazy tone was alienated. That's the taste. Now far away in the capital, about to face the 3-court trial, leaving her warm home, Yin Xiaoru lost her sense of security and was emotionally tense. She finally found the mentality of a shopping mall president who had worked alone for many years. Xia Guixuan almost forgot what Yin Xiaoru was like at that time. Is the homely woman who was a little naughty and silly the same person now? Of course, in Ling Moxu's eyes, he was not the same person at different times. Xia Guixuan smiled and followed Yin Xiaoru like a bodyguard to check the ticket and exit the station. Yin Xiaoru glanced at him from the corner of her eye and whispered, "The Yin family thinks you are my boyfriend. You can use the identity of a boyfriend instead of a bodyguard." Xia Guixuan replied, "It depends on the situation." Yin Xiaoru pursed her lips and said nothing more. She threw out the car capsule and turned it into a small fat car, heading straight to the Yin family headquarters. She knew that Xia Guixuan always wanted to put aside the identity of boyfriend, including teaching her immortal skills. The reason why she always went off topic when studying was that she was subconsciously unhappy about this, but Xia Guixuan might not have noticed it. After all, she didn't know what she wanted to do. He was just a mysterious person who broke in. It was true that she was close to him and trusted him, and it was also true that she always wanted to tease him, but it didn't seem to make sense to say that she liked him or not after just a few days of getting along. If it weren't for the fact that the Yin family was in trouble this time because of the medicine, and the medicine was the formula he provided, otherwise he would probably not care about this matter at all. Is he so ruthless? Yin Xiaoru secretly glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Xia Guixuan was looking around the streets of the capital, and seemed to be very curious. The exterior walls of many high-rise buildings are themselves huge electronic screens with various advertisements. Xia Guixuan saw Ling Moxu endorsing watches, and he also saw that there seemed to be signs of ecological beverages and civilian medicines like Yin Xiaoru's company in a corner, but they were inconspicuous. In places that he didn't pay attention to on a daily basis, Yin Xiaoru was doing business in a decent manner. There are also combat robots patrolling the streets here, and it's no longer human patrols running around. It can be seen that a small number of people have the ability to fly, but the capital seems to have some special settings, and there are small flying spiders patrolling the sky to manage people from flying around. Seeing Xia Guixuan's eyes, Yin Xiaoru sighed slightly. This guy's mind is really not on women. Not long after, they arrived at a luxury residential area. Outside the gate of the residential area, there was a robot with its mechanical arm extended to block the way. Its red eyes swept over the vehicles and a beep sounded. "Miss Ru, identification passed." In the car, beep, it seemed to be stuck for a moment, and then continued. "No one in the car, passed, please come in," but Xia Guixuan blocked the scan, so as to avoid annoying people saying that the man's identity was unknown and needed to be registered. The mechanical arm was raised, and Yin Xiaoru slowly walked in, smiling. "I forgot to register." "You react quickly," Xia Guixuan said, "because I am not impatient to waste time in the Yin family. There is no need to follow their rules and procedures." Yin Xiaoru took the opportunity to ask, Then why did you have to be honest in getting your identity? You were willing to be teased by me. Xia Guixuan had a blank expression. I think you didn't want to. Humph. Yin Xiaoru didn't continue to ask. The car had already arrived outside the main villa. After parking the car and collecting the capsules, the two walked towards the villa. Someone immediately blocked their way. Miss Ru can go in, but outsiders should stay. Yin Xiaoru's eyes were full of frost. I brought my boyfriend in. Is it something you, a servant, can say anything about? A voice came from inside. Kick that pretty boy out. The man who blocked the road grinned and punched Xia Guixuan in the face. This time Yin Xiaoru did not stand in front of him like before. Everyone watched Xia Guixuan stretch out a finger. The fist and finger intersected, and time seemed to stop for a moment. In the stunned eyes of everyone, the man flew back and crashed into the gate, as if clearing the way for them. There was silence. The other Yin family guards on the left and right wanted to move but did not dare to move. They stood there stupidly. Their captain of the guards was a level 3 genetic warrior, and a strength warrior. A fist was knocked away by a finger, and the other party did not seem to use any strength at all. Yin Xiaoru smiled charmingly and entered the door first. She suddenly felt so good. What's the point of the 3-court trial? Isn't this just for fun? As for the consequences, Yin Xiaoru was too lazy to think about it now. After holding her breath for so many years, she had to go crazy once. The big man who was blasted into the door climbed up and found that he was unharmed and painless. The extreme embarrassment in front of everyone made him angry for a while. Without thinking too much, he roared and rushed forward again, punching again. This punch was very distinctive. In less than 0.1 seconds after the punch was thrown, the color of steel covered the fist and lower arm. It was the battle suit that formed an alloy glove. This punch was more than 10 times stronger than the previous punch in terms of strength and hardness. Xia Guixuan showed a hint of interest in his eyes, but he still stretched out a finger, and even the details of the action did not change. Bang! The super alloy battle suit glove that could block the magic weapon of the gods flew like powder and disappeared in the air. The big man flew backwards all the way and knocked down the pillar in the hall. This time he was not on the state of no injury and pain before, and fainted directly on the ground. Amidst the shock, Xia Guixuan said calmly, "You just followed orders, so it's meaningless to bully you. I let you go, but you still come." "Sorry, I don't like to bully people, but that doesn't mean I don't bully people." After saying this, he looked at the old man who was the main seat in the main hall. "I have never had the interest to get entangled with boring idiots, so I asked directly, are you in a commercial battlefield or a fighting arena? Is this the interstellar era or the mother planet Yin Xiaoru? Has your Yin family evolved completely? Why do the few times I see stupid actions like gorillas come from your Yin family?" Puchy. Yin Xiaoru laughed out loud, and suddenly wondered if he learned this incomplete evolution from himself. Several elders of the Yin family were furious and slammed the table and said, "How dare you? Do you really think you can run rampant in the capital with a little force?" Yin Xiaoru couldn't help laughing. "Aren't you talking about yourselves?" "Enough," the old man in the middle shouted in a deep voice, and the scene gradually quieted down. The old man is Yin Yi, the current patriarch of the Yin family. He knew that his clansmen were so angry and embarrassed by being scolded, because there was no way to refute it. After more than 200 years, the children of the big families have long been used to being domineering. They bully people casually. When encountering something, their first reaction is to let their subordinates teach them a lesson. But it doesn't matter if they do such low-level domineering things on weekdays. When they meet a tough guy, they will naturally appear very stupid. There is nothing to say about being ridiculed. Otherwise, they will shamelessly continue to use their fists to find a place. If they can really kill the other party, it will be no big deal. The man in front of him must be a tough guy. The big man who was knocked unconscious is identified third-level Gene Warrior. Once equipped with a battle suit, he can be comparable to Tengayan in the god's side. You must know that Tengayan is an extremely important backbone level of the god's descendants. Most of the time, he can be called an immortal. And this man only used one finger. How many levels can the Yin family's house guards have? It is impossible to have this ability even if they are added together. It is impossible to rush up and subdue this man. Either you have to call the army or you can only talk. It is just embarrassing to continue. You won't really have a gunfight at home, right? After being stopped by Yin Yi, the Yin family members also slowly thought about these things, so they all quieted down and watched the clan leader talk to them. Yin Yi's first sentence was to save some face for the clan members. Daxia attaches importance to strength, so it can stand on this foreign star. On weekdays, everyone is used to using relatively simple and convenient methods to deal with small fish and shrimps. There is nothing stupid about it. Since you are a capable person, you can naturally talk about it. Xia Guixuan was too lazy to talk to them. The one who was talking was Yin Xiaoru. At this moment, her words began to be sharp. If the uncle's words were to the outside world, there would be some truth. It's a pity that a well-known family was bullied by other families and did not dare to fight back, but instead bullied its own family members for simplicity and convenience. This is not stupidity. You can't find many such idiots in the history of China, but there is actually one here. P.S. The previous chapter talked about the website of Daxia Kingdom on Kanglong Star. After careful deduction, the alien planet will be like that a few hundred years later. It has nothing to do with reality. Chapter 41. Unexpectedly, Yin Yu was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Xiaoru, please sit down first. And this, boyfriend, Xia, please sit down first as well. Xia Guixuan was wondering if no one had ever called him Xia since he was born. It was quite fresh to think about it. Yin Xiaoru had already pulled him to sit. Today's atmosphere was indeed like a three-court trial. The Yin family elders who were in the hall reserved a seat at the bottom, which made it feel like an interrogation. Yin Xiaoru walked over, hooked her feet, and brought the chair to the side of the hall. It looked like she and the others were sitting on the left and right for a small meeting. Then she waved her hand and grabbed the chair from the corner and placed it side by side, and asked Xia Guixuan to sit first. This set of actions made the people in the hall look different, but they finally held back and said nothing. Yin Yu squinted his eyes and said slowly, the last time Yin Ping went to Shanghai, it was considered bullying you, but this time it was not. Xiaoru has been staying in Shanghai all the time and seldom goes to Beijing. She rarely participates in family video meetings and doesn't seem to have much intuitive feeling about the atmosphere in Beijing. This time, rather than saying that we are bullying our own people, it is better to say that we are avoiding danger. Yin Xiaoru frowned. Seeking danger, Yin Yu said, this is Kanglong Star after all. There are some mysterious things that we humans cannot fully understand. A few days ago, the Kanglong floated in the sky. It was an incomprehensible phenomenon to humans. It was not light and shadow, nor an illusion, nor a real object. No matter what scientific and technological means are used to analyze it, or satellite observation is carried out in all directions, no one knows what it is. Xia Guixuan really wanted to tell them that it was a kind of intention, something that could not be explained by reason. This thing really belongs to the mysterious side. Then should I be called the mysterious man? What we know is that the descendants of God recognize that the Father God is coming. Yin Yu paused, his expression becoming more serious. The atmosphere over there is extremely fanatical, and the original intrigues among ethnic groups and sects and the struggles between good and evil have all stopped. Everyone is studying like possessed when their Father God will appear, or what kind of summoning formation to use to welcome the God. This unprecedented atmosphere of enthusiasm and unity is actually a harbinger of war. Yin Xiaoru was puzzled for a moment. They set up their own summoning formation. What does it have to do with war? Does it mean that after welcoming the Father God, there will be a unified leader? We don't know when that will be. Isn't it considered a unified leader now? This is already a community formed for a common fanatical goal, with a joint council of various ethnic groups to negotiate and coordinate. How different is it from our council? Yin Xiaoru took a deep breath and didn't interrupt. Yin Yu said slowly, if the things they are involved in, such as the things needed to summon the formation, can only be found within their sphere of influence, it would be fine. However, do you think this is possible? Kanglong Star originally belonged to them. There is no telling how many of their relics and secret realms there are within Daxia. Once they confirm that certain things need to be sought within Daxia, even if it is not a large-scale war, there will be a small-scale elite war, which is absolutely inevitable. Yin Xiaoru vaguely understood what he meant. The various projects of the Yin family have never been involved with the descendants of gods. At this time, I suddenly took out the elixir preparations of the descendants of gods, which do not seem to be something the Yin family should have. You would rather let people think that I stole it from the Zhou family, than to be thought that I have any intersection with the descendants of gods at this juncture, Yin Yu said lightly. That's right. Why is Yan Wu Yu's life getting harder and harder? Don't you really have no idea? And you have a good relationship with Yan Wu Yu, Yin Xiaoru said coldly. Is this the reason why you want to sell me to the Zhou family? The Zhou family is very careless in their actions. On the surface, they fooled around with the research on cyborgs, but in fact, everyone in the top management knew what was going on. They are also very close to the Immortal Cultivator Association, and have done a lot of related Taoist research. How much the so-called Immortal Cultivator Association is involved in the descendants of the gods, no one dares to make a conclusion yet. Xia Guixuan listened silently, and suddenly found the family affairs that he had previously thought boring interesting. These famous families that have been passed down for many generations may have been worn out by vanity and honor, but if they were all domineering and brainless, it wouldn't be that. After all, a family is made up of many people with different brains, not just one brain. As long as the head of the family is still sober, it won't be so boring. Yin Xiaoru couldn't help but ask, since the higher-ups are very wary of the Immortal Cultivators Association, why do they allow it to exist instead of simply uprooting it? Uproot it? Yin Yu laughed. Do you know what the basis of the Immortal Cultivators Association is? Is it really because of interest and hobbies? Yin Xiaoru was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, for immortality. That's right. Humans have been studying genetic evolution since their home planet, with the original intention of achieving health and longevity. Facts have proved that the life-extending effect is worse than imagined, because the relationship between genes and souls is still not fully studied. Yin Yu smiled. On the contrary, the immortal methods of the gods have direct evidence in this regard. They really can live for a very long time. Yin Xiaoru swallowed, her heart pounding. Although it sounded a bit off-topic, she still wanted to continue listening. She felt that the Yin family was really different from what she had imagined. Yin Yu continued, the people above are the ones who want immortality the most, and the people above are also the ones who are afraid of being infiltrated and subverted by the descendants of the gods. The contradictions are so great that even they themselves can't figure it out. How can they be removed? On the surface, they are attacking and guarding, but secretly, the top leaders of the Immortal Cultivators Association may be their guests, or even themselves. Xia Guixuan nodded. Ling Moxu's existence was a naked proof that Yin Yi's judgment was very accurate. Ling Moxu's grandfather, who as the president of the Senate, must have a close relationship with the Immortal Cultivators Association, so Ling Moxu said that if her identity was exposed, it would be a political issue, not a personal incident. The president of the Immortal Cultivator Association, or the leader, if he is a descendant of the gods, then this is a plan to seduce immortality that has been going on for 20 or 30 years. If it is triggered at the right time, the descendants of the gods may change the flag of Daxia without bloodshed. Yin Yu said leisurely. At that time, the descendants of the gods did not have a unified thought. The one who did this was just a personal plan of a descendant of the gods. This person is a capable person. Yin Xiaoru always felt funny. Is this really the Yin family? Immortality is poison. Perhaps everyone knows that this association is inseparable from the descendants of gods, but no one can resolutely give it up. In short, the existence of the Immortal Cultivator Association is very special. Maybe everyone on it is in collusion, but no one dares to express it openly. Especially at this critical juncture when war is likely to come, who dares to be suspected of being involved with the descendants of gods? At this point, Yin Yu suddenly changed the subject and returned to the main topic. Your formula is of a very high grade. Well, it is said that the level is not high, but the cognition is very powerful. It does not seem to be the research result of human enthusiasts. On the contrary, it is more likely to come from the inheritance of the descendants of gods. The Zhou family claims that they stole it from them. Isn't that great? We would rather pay them a sum of money and let them stand at the forefront of suspicion. Yin Xiaoru took a deep breath. I see. As for punishing you, Yin Yu looked at her and Xia Guixuan, and said clearly, originally, you were an orphan from a side branch, and the family really didn't care about you. Whether it was marrying you to the Zhou family in exchange for resources or wanting to punish you this time, they did not respect your opinion. Maybe you feel wronged, but this is the way the world is. Now that you have demonstrated your abilities that people can take you seriously, you will naturally be respected. Yin Xiaoru asked, what abilities did I demonstrate? Yin Yu said lightly, your formula comes from this little Xia. Combined with his martial arts today, he is most likely a descendant of a god, or at least in the late stage of Tengan. This appearance may not be taken seriously, maybe it's old Xia. He said this, but very calmly, which was completely inconsistent with his previous vigilant and divisive attitude towards the descendants of gods and the Immortal Cultivators Association. This time even Xia Guixuan couldn't help asking, Since you think I'm a descendant of God, why are you so calm? Yin Yi's expression became a little strange. What we want is to break the suspicion of being involved with the descendants of God. As for the involvement behind the scenes, which family doesn't have it? Why can't I be calm? Xia Guixuan silently clicked on Ling Moxu's avatar in his watch and typed a sentence. You haven't asked your subordinates to say that the Yin family's formula was provided by them. Then don't say it, or say that we stole it from the Zhou family. We will pay compensation. Ling Moxu, she silently deleted the 3 words she had already typed. You're playing with me. Who said that I am a poor slave girl? No matter how capricious the master is, I have to endure it. So, I don't have to do anything about the Zhou family's affairs? She raised her head and looked at the military building in the distance. Then let's make an appointment with Yan Wuyu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Virtual Game. Yin Xiaoru felt that the clan leader seemed to be saying that you have demonstrated the ability to seduce men. She simply didn't know what to answer and could only put on a straight face and act cool. After all, she was still a victim, and she felt that in the current context, she seemed to have an advantage. Sure enough, Yin Yi said, you have to bear the reputation of stealing commercial secrets and being punished by the family. It's really not good for you. You can't wash it off before the Zhou family falls. The family will give you satisfactory compensation. With your relationship with Yan Wuyu, you will also serve as the executive vice president of the virtual game company in the future. You can still stay in Shanghai and discuss everything through video conferences. Yin Xiaoru's heart moved. The Yin family studies nerve conduction, and virtual reality games are naturally one of them. The virtual games of the Yin family are significantly different from those of other families, because they are deeply related to the military. The so-called virtual games are actually combat simulations. The combat training of genetic warriors in combat suits is something that the military attaches great importance to. This is one of the Yin family's core industries and the foundation of their existence. All the patriarchs have served as presidents of this company. The words of the executive vice president are not only involved in the core industry, but also entering the core of the family. This step is of great significance. In contrast, what's the big deal about losing face to the outside world? She doesn't live in the capital anyway. She lives her own life in Shanghai. Why does she care about the gossips of the people in the capital behind her? Moreover, can stealing the trade secrets of a competing company really be considered a loss of face? This is not the same as stealing. From another perspective, it is face-saving. This compensation seems a bit. Sure enough, someone in the field couldn't hold it back. Patriarch, this, Yin Yi glared at him fiercely, bullying the younger generation of our family. Are you still not done? In the eyes of others, do you really think you have a lot of face? Yin Yi obviously had a lot of prestige. After being glared at by him, the man immediately shrank his head and didn't speak. He thought to himself, didn't you agree before? Why are you showing off just now? Yin Yi also sighed secretly in his heart. There is no one in the Yin family. You can't even see such a simple thing. The man surnamed Xia is likely to be more than a late Tengan. Even if he is, it is already very difficult. Among the descendants of the gods, they are all strong people in the middle, and a deacon-level figure. Where did their Yin family get such a powerful person? Moreover, this person has very deep knowledge of cultivation. Although he dare not publicize this for the time being, once the wind changes one day, this is a treasure. Xiaoru picked up a treasure. Even for this treasure, the family must tie Xiaoru tighter. What's more, Yin Yi suddenly felt that in terms of personal ability alone, Yin Xiaoru was also a leader of the next generation. I was thinking wrong before and didn't realize. The old Shanghai company was originally an industry allocated to Yin Xiaoru's parents. The two died unexpectedly when Yin Xiaoru was young. The family sent people to manage it for several years. Yin Xiaoru didn't even finish college, and the family members who managed it also passed away. At this time, the family wanted to sell the old industry. But Yin Xiaoru insisted that it was the hard work of her parents and she had to keep the business. Everyone just let her try to see how she could do it, and talk about it if it didn't work. The company seemed to be tepid in recent years, as if her ability was just so-so, but now thinking about it carefully, It was actually quite impressive. Since the family looked down on the old industry and was full of thoughts of selling it, they naturally would not provide much support to Yin Xiaoru, and it was good enough that she did not hinder them. She herself did not communicate much with the family, and was very aloof and isolated, almost fighting alone. Under such conditions, it was really impressive to be able to make money without losses, and to be able to afford the bottomless pit of the ecological park. Maybe the next generation of people who can only fight cocks and run horses will not be able to compare. The Yin family has weakened a lot in recent years because most of the family members are not motivated, and they lose money in everything they do, and the industry has shrunk significantly. If it were in the early years, the Yin family would not have to be so cautious and roundabout in dealing with the Zhou family, and they could have just confronted them head-on, but it is no longer possible now. Coupled with the retirement of the military backers, now even marginalized people like Yan Wu dare to say things like, "Who do you think you are in the Yin family?" Yin Yu never thought of letting this niece take over, but he felt that she could be a general who would benefit the Yin family, including the men around her. The position of vice president of a core company, whether it is for the purpose of attracting people's hearts or the ability that the position can bring into play, isn't it just right? In fact, Yin Yu himself is not very ambitious. His personal desires overshadowed everything else before, and he treated Yin Xiaoru as an abandoned child. So far, this situation is still a little insufficient. That's it, the old rules. Whoever leaks the content of the family's internal meetings knows what the punishment is. After Yin Yu finished speaking, he stood up with some difficulty and turned out of the hall. He is also old, and after such a short meeting, he was already a little tired after a little more thinking. "I didn't expect that your Yin family is not so stupid." In the room arranged for Yin Xiaoru, Xia Guixuan leaned on the recliner and said with a smile, "I was originally considering how to put pressure on them, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Then I don't want to do it. Let's wait and see. I feel that you, the clan leader, are conspiring with someone and may want to take down the Zhou family." Yin Xiaoru glared at him. "They arranged a room for us, huh? What's the matter? What should I do tonight? What else can I do except meditate? I don't have to stay here. There are many interesting places in the capital. I can go shopping by myself." Yin Xiaoru was angrily, "You came into the room with me, and you are thinking about this?" Xia Guixuan asked curiously. "You just heard so much interesting information, and you are thinking about this?" Yin Xiaoru. The two looked at each other as if they were idiots for a while, and finally Yin Xiaoru was the first to give in. She lazily threw herself on the bed and muttered, "In my opinion, it's not good for the Yin family to be not stupid enough. If they were a little more stupid and pushed me harder, I could break up with them with a clear conscience. Now what can I say? At least I have been raised and studied by the family since I was a child. Why are you thinking about breaking up and not thinking about becoming the clan leader yourself? It's not my turn. Do you really think that the clan leader is training me by letting me be the deputy general manager? Of course I know that he is not training you. Hey, you actually know that?" Yin Xiaoru was so angry that she threw the pillow. "Do you really think I'm an idiot? He has sons and grandsons himself. Why should I take over? He wouldn't consider it this way if it were me. Besides, what's the point of taking over this family that is almost at the bottom of the downhill slope? A bunch of incompetent and non-blood relatives who hold them back will annoy you to death." Xia Guixuan wanted to say that your relatives are not my relatives, so what should I be bothered by? When the words came to his lips, he felt that saying this would really make the fox mad, so he said seriously, "Those relatives are just a small matter. The important thing is that the virtual reality industry of the Yin family is very meaningful. What's the use if you can't get it?" Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, "I know you are good at cultivation, but is there any help for this kind of family succession besides the use of force to deter? Can you control everyone with the magic of bewitching?" "I didn't say what I can do for you, I just told you that you should consider it in this direction," Xia Guixuan said casually. "I sell you out again and again and give you a deputy position to get rid of you. Oh, not only to get rid of you, but also to make you work for the rest of your life? Whether you are satisfied or not, I think this is quite funny." Yin Xiaoru was stunned for a long time. "Do you know what the concept of this deputy position is? No matter what the concept is, isn't it still being under someone else? Either work alone or get promoted. If it were me, there would be no third choice." Yin Xiaoru blinked, and suddenly moved closer to him, breathing like orchid. "You are under me now, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Before he finished speaking, Xia Guixuan disappeared. Yin Xiaoru was lying face down on the recliner. Her posture was wrong, Her waist was almost broken. Xia Guixuan dodged to the side, thinking that this husky was going to go crazy, but she didn't move, still lying there motionless. After a long while, he whispered to himself, "Actually, I don't want to climb up. The more marginalized, the further away from troubles I can be. P.S. There is in my planet, I'm the master topic in the upper right corner of the Kidian computer version homepage, not on the app. I posted photos in it. Don't say I'm a jerk, say I'm handsome." Chapter 43 Gongsun Jiu. Xia Guixuan understood what the little fox meant, and it was not just the idea of being ordinary is a blessing. It was that her identity was extremely special. She was not a member of the Yin family at all, but a fake who had replaced the Yin family since childhood. Of course, it was better to live in a remote town. Even if she became famous in a small town, it would not be a big deal. But once she got into the upper echelons of the family and fought in the capital, troubles would surely follow. The Immortal Cultivator Association had invited me to join the association, but I refused, Yin Xiaoru said sullenly. "So I told you about the association at that time?" Xia Guixuan nodded. Yin Xiaoru said again, "At that time, it was no problem for me to refuse casually. Once she was in a high position, she would probably come again, but this time she might be different. What you are afraid of is not the Immortal Cultivator Association at all. The association cannot force people to join." "What's the big deal?" Xia Guixuan said lightly. "You are afraid of being close to home." Yin Xiaoru turned to look at him. "You are not a native descendant of God who awakened because of the will of the Father God. This matter stopped many years ago. You have biological parents. No matter what reason they abandoned you in human society when you were young, as long as they are still alive, they are probably looking for you now. I think they are alive. If they are dead, you should have hatred towards humans, and you would not behave like this now." Yin Xiaoru sighed. "You seem to be reading a book." She was the second person who thought that Xia Guixuan was reading a book, and she said it directly. Maybe she was the first one to think so. Xia Guixuan didn't talk about this, and continued, "Anyway, the more you are in the limelight, the more likely you are to be exposed to them. You are not ready to face this scene, and I don't know what you will do if they ask you to do something." Yin Xiaoru squinted at him for a long time, and suddenly said, "Hey, can your necklace block all these troubles? I don't know if this one is enough. After all, I don't know what level your parents are." Xia Guixuan looked at her steadily. "But do you really want to block all of them?" Yin Xiaoru was silent. When she made her ambition clear before, Xia Guixuan could tell that she wanted to find her relatives. How easy is it to go to the descendants of the gods to find them? Wouldn't it be better to show your head a little and let others find them? As long as you want. Destiny and luck are intertwined in you. Whether you meet me or not, your life is destined to be extraordinary. Meeting me is just a part of this luck. It's a stormy time. It depends on whether you still want to stay in the shallows. I'm just a book reader. It's useless to ask me." Xia Guixuan didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Yin Xiaoru was left silently turning over and leaning on the recliner in a daze. After a long time, he grabbed the pillow and threw it angrily. "You are still a book reader. Others read books to see if the girls are cute or not, and whether they sell benefits. If you don't even read the benefits sold to you, can you read books?" Xia Guixuan wandered in the night sky of the capital. Looking back at what the Yin family saw today, he found it very interesting. It's not only about Yin Xiaoru, but also about the overall environment information. He saw more. Looking at the incident from different perspectives, the answers we get are often very different. It was originally thought that the Zhou family bullied the Yin family in order to seize the ownership of the formula and to avenge Zhou Pengcheng's attack on Sangyu. The Yin family was cowardly and did not dare to confront, but instead pointed their guns at their own family members to calm the Zhou family's anger. That would be very boring. However, the fact is that the Yin family seemed to show weakness and give in, but in fact they were stuffing landmines into the Zhou family. What is reflected is that the relationship between humans and the descendants of gods is very subtle. The upper class of humans could not refuse the temptation of immortality at all, but on the surface, the relationship was tense. Xia Guixuan suspected that the descendants of gods were similar. The convenience of technology would even be used by himself, so how could the descendants of gods completely refuse it? As a result, the situation on both sides is very complicated. There are disputes between you and me, and there are common enemies from aliens. Sometimes there may be truce and cooperation. This kind of messy relationship makes cautious people cautious, For fear of making mistakes. Although this answer is complicated, it actually makes Xia Guixuan feel much more comfortable. This kind of relationship is quite good, not the life and death confrontation that one imagines. This is probably why Yan Wuyu can still be a general. Although he was excluded, at least he was not idle, and he was not falsely accused. Just thinking about this, he felt Ling Moxai's breath flying somewhere. Xia Guixuan's heart moved and followed. Yan Wuyu was reporting on her work in the deputy commander's office. She was also powerless to complain about the fact that the deputy commander always summoned her at night. This was basically how the rumors in the outside world came about. If she stayed in his office for an hour, who knows what would be spread outside. But in fact, both parties also had a tacit understanding. Because the deputy commander was also pestered by many women and vomited blood. He was 28 years old, and his family was urging him to get married day by day. He was unwilling to get married with a bad character of how can I have a family if the Huns are not destroyed, what should he do? The deputy commander deliberately acted a little ambiguous with himself, and the Gongsun family thought there seemed to be a chance, so they would not force the deputy commander too hard. Those who wanted to take advantage of her, those who rejected her divine hybrid, and all kinds of troubles would retreat under the shadow of the Gongsun family. Gongsun Jiu and Yan Wuyu never said this directly. Both sides had a tacit understanding and took what they needed. Yan Wuyu was very sure that this deputy commander did not fancy him at all. To be precise, he looked down on everyone. Yan Wuyu felt that in this respect, Xia Guixuan and Deputy Commander Gongsun might have a lot in common. Even their appearances had something in common, because Deputy Commander Gongsun was also very handsome. The difference was that Xia Guixuan was masculine and handsome, and usually calm and elegant, looking like a gentleman. Deputy Commander Gongsun looked very soft, how to say it, a little feminine, and very beautiful, not like a commander who led the army in battle. Yan Wuyu doubted that if it was in ancient times, people like him would have to wear a mask like Lanling King on the battlefield. Fortunately, in this era, he didn't need to show his face in person when commanding a warship. But this man, who looks a bit effeminate, wears a pair of glasses and looks gentle and refined, but his temperament is very sharp and restrained, with a murderous aura, which is exactly the opposite of Xia Guixuan's indifferent and jade-like. A bit like the yin and yang. Thoughts were wandering in her mind, and Gongsun Jiu in front of her raised his HUD from a pile of files. In other words, the demonic ruins you went to Sangaiyu for have been seized by someone, and you got nothing. Yes, Yan Wuyu said solemnly, I am willing to take the blame for returning empty-handed this time. Gongsun Jiu stared at her, his eyes behind the lenses were a little sharp. No, success is not a problem, no one can guarantee that they will get something if they take action. The problem is that your files are vague. For example, why were you almost blown to death? With your strength, you can still encounter such a dangerous situation. What kind of ability did the other party use? There was no research at all. Is this the report that our special warfare department should have? If the army encounters it again in the future, do we have a plan to prepare? Yan Wuyu was silent. Gongsun Jiu added, from another perspective, our military general was almost killed in the explosion. This is an important incident. No matter who the other party is, this is something we cannot tolerate. We must punish them and seek justice for you. You did not make any judgment on their identities in the entire report. That's fine, but there has been no investigation afterwards. General Yan, it seems that there is a lot of inside information in this matter. It is okay if it is not reflected in the file. Should you explain it to me privately? At the end, his tone was much softer. The one who went through life and death was Yan Wuyu, and the one who was about to be killed was also Yan Wuyu. He is not here to ask for punishment. But he can't pretend not to see this matter. Yan Wuyu hesitated for a moment, but still sighed. To be honest, I don't know what is going to blow me to death, so I can't form a research report. As for the other party, it may be the Immortal Cultivator Association, but I have no evidence. From the surface, it makes sense to say that the descendants of gods have infiltrated. Gongsun Jiu was silent for a moment, and slowly said, so you don't start the investigation. Are you afraid of the Immortal Cultivator Association, or the identity of the descendants of gods? Chapter 44 The Master's Mission. Yan Wuyu's personality is such that she is not afraid of the Immortal Cultivator Association, or the descendants of God. It's good enough that she doesn't rush the tower directly. With Gongsun Jiu as her backing, she shouldn't be afraid. Guangxin Jiayu's question is almost the same as asking directly what strange things you are afraid of, and you can't even tell me? Yan Wu, you really can't say it. Exposing Xia Guixuan to the eyes of the human high level is not what she wants. This may be the only thing she has concealed from Guangxin Jiayu for so many years. After a long silence, she found an excuse, so that the deputy commander will know. This matter is connected with the Zhou family's research on human transformation. I have submitted evidence of Zhou's illegality to the military court, but it has been suppressed. The Zhou family has not lost a hair, and they still have time to fight the medicine lawsuit with the Yin family. What is there for me to investigate in such an environment? Is it meaningful? Although it is an excuse, it is very tenable. It is obvious that no one has investigated the illegal and taboo things, and what about in-depth investigation? It's the same as saying nothing. Guangxin Jiayu leaned back in his chair and thought for a while, then slowly said, the Zhou family's affairs are a little complicated. It is said that modifying people is a taboo, but in fact, in the eyes of many people in the military, if you can improve your strength, you should do everything you can, and it is not a crime at all. And some people are trying to find the way for the descendants of gods to live forever from this kind of research. Maybe when the research is mature, they can use it on themselves. At this point, his expression was also a little sarcastic, and he said, of course, there is too much opposition to this kind of anti-humanity, and it is easy to provoke a war between the descendants of gods. The official cannot openly do this kind of research, so they instruct others to do it. The Zhou family has such a background, so if nothing big happens, it will not be investigated. It is not that the Zhou family itself is covering the sky with one hand, but that they represent the needs of a group of people. Yan Wu Yu sneered, so is there any point in my investigation? Judging from the tone of the deputy commander, I might be one of this group of people. Yan Wu Yu was angry and couldn't help but contradict him. In fact, she had been under Guangxin Jiayu's command for so many years, and she knew that he was not one of them, but who knew if his family was one of them? Even if they are not, breaking this kind of class corruption is not something that one person can do. As a member of the class, Guangxin Jiayu himself is even less likely to play the hero. After hearing Yan Wu Yu's sarcastic retort, Guangxin Jiayu was not angry, but showed a very nice smile. What I said is that they will not be investigated if they don't cause any big trouble. Now that they are linked to the matter of killing you, no matter whether they are the mastermind or not, they should be insiders, and this is a big deal. Yan Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, and then heard Guangxin Jiayu continue, humanity's opponent has never been the descendants of gods, not even the Zelts, but themselves. I will handle the Zhou family's affairs. If you have nothing to do, you should study more about the energy explosion that can threaten you. This is a military matter. Yan Wu Yu saluted and turned to leave. After opening the door of the office, he heard Guangxin Jiayu say behind him, my operation may have more unfavorable rumors about you. You should bear with it. Yan Wu Yu turned his head and looked at him, and suddenly smiled. Deputy Commander, if one day I fall in love with a man, what will you do? Guangxin Jiayu widened his eyes, and was a little dazed. You have never thought about finding a man in your 100 years. Why is it so sudden? Yan Wu Yu wanted to complain but didn't know where to start, just shook his head, closed the door, and strode away. Just after leaving the military building, a voice transmission emerged in the Soul Sea. General Yan invites you to meet at Yushan. Yan Wu Yu was stunned. This voice sounded a little familiar, like the black-robed woman before. Yushan is a mountain in the city of the capital. It is not high in altitude and can only be regarded as a small hill. On weekdays, it is regarded as a citizen park with a lot of people. At night, it is quiet and there is no sound. Sometimes it becomes a place for boys and girls to date, but it seems that there is no such thing today. Yan Wu Yu arrived at the top of Yu Mountain in just a dozen seconds. As expected, she saw the black-robed woman standing on the top of the mountain with her back to her, looking at the moon. Yan Wu Yu's first reaction was not hatred, but surprise. You just turn your back to me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you with one blow? This woman was not her opponent. Last time, she broke the formation of 5 people in 1 second. If it weren't for that strange explosion, all 5 people would have been killed by Yan Wu Yu. Now she seems to have improved a lot. I don't know what benefit she got from the last incident. But Yan Wu Yu is still very confident that he can kill her easily. She dared to look at the moon with her back to her. Ling Moxa sighed and whispered, I'm here to apologize to General Yan. What happened last time? I don't know if General Yan will forgive me. Yan Wuyu was stunned. What's wrong with you? Ling Moxu curled her lips secretly. It was just the master's task. Of course she wouldn't say that, she just said, if you did something wrong, you should apologize. What's so strange about that? Yan Wuyu asked curiously. What's your mistake? I made a mistake in murdering the general. Yan Wuyu was actually so angry that he stroked his chin and looked at the moon. After a long time, he said, why do I feel that from your perspective, there is nothing wrong with this? You want to take the ruins, and I am a contender. Won't you kill me and keep me for the new year? Ling Moxu turned around happily. Do you think so too? Yan Wuyu, ahem. Ling Moxu coughed dryly. So General Yan has forgiven me? No, Yan Wuyu said with a straight face. Your problem is not whether to kill me or not, but the military wants to take the ruins, whether it is for energy research or to increase the multifaceted research on the history and magic of the descendants of gods. This is a national affair. Deputy Marshal Gongsun was still paying attention to the whereabouts of the ruins just now. If you say you want to obtain my forgiveness, I think you might as well obtain the forgiveness of the national law, hand over the gains from the ruins, and surrender. Ling Moxu, Xia Guixuan, who was hidden in the air, also found it quite interesting. Sure enough, the same thing, viewed from different perspectives, had completely different answers. From this perspective, it was impossible for Ling Moxu to obtain Yan Wuayu's forgiveness. Because she absolutely could not give up the holy blood she obtained, let alone accept any kind of judgment. Ling Moxu also thought of this and was about to cry, General Yan, I will beat you up. You try your best. Life and death are up to fate, okay? Yan Wuai looked at her strangely for a long time before sighing, forget it. If I beat Ling Moxu to death, there will be no place for me in Daxia. Ling Moxu's hair stood on end and she forced herself to say, I don't understand what General Yan said. Did you recognize the wrong person? Yan Wuayu tried to say, but didn't continue to expose it. He just smiled. If you really want to forgive your crime, there should be room for you in the near future. As for whether you forgive or not, it's not up to me, but someone else. Ling Moxu was angry and anxious. That someone else said that others have no right to forgive on your behalf. Isn't this a dead end? I said, can you two reach a consensus? If this goes on, when will the slave girl be able to stand up? She couldn't hold it in any longer, so she asked, Yin Xiaoru came to the Yin family today. Did General Yan go to see a friend? Yan Wuayu blinked. Maybe you have misunderstood someone else. I mean Deputy Commander Gongsun, Ling Moxu. At this moment, the watch rang. Ling Moxu glanced awkwardly and saw a text message from her grandfather. Gongsun Jiayu came to visit in the middle of the night. It was strange to come at this time. I wonder if there might be some meaning of a man-woman affair? Come back and meet someone. Ling Moxu was stunned, and looked up at Yan Wuayu. Yan Wuayu looked calm. She suddenly realized that this was definitely not a blind date. Gongsun Jiayu must have known that his grandfather had some relationship with the Cultivator Association, and this was to make a deal. This was a phoenix flying in the Milky Way, trying to tear open a crisscrossing network for his subordinates. Chapter 45, The Heart of the World. The apology to Yan Wuayu was aborted, and Ling Moxu also wanted to see what Gongsun Jiayu was going to do. Rushing to her grandfather's house at lightning speed, Ling Moxu recalled halfway and always felt that Yan Wuayu's attitude was very strange. Even if he didn't accept the apology and didn't want to beat him up, shouldn't he have taken action to catch her? She had prepared a way out, and the magic weapon for teleportation was always in her hand, but Yan Wuayu didn't seem to have the intention of taking action. Did he really recognize her as Ling Moxu? This would be terrible, worse than being beaten to death. Flying to the door of her grandfather's house with a lot of thoughts in her mind, she heard her grandfather Ling Xiaonan say, Deputy Commander, please sit down first. Do you want coffee or tea? We have the fairy tea from the descendants of the gods, Gongsun Jiayu said, boiled water, or the Yin family's White Fox brand ecological beverage. It's also quite refreshing. Ling Moxu felt that this Gongsun Jiayu was boring, pretending to be serious, sitting in a military posture with his waist and abdomen straightened when visiting someone's house, and asked for boiled water. And he is so pretty. Is it interesting for a man to be so pretty? She has seen so many sissies in the entertainment industry, haven't she seen enough? Men should be more domineering and manly, and they can joke around. Why do you say that he is a bit like someone? He doesn't want to treat people as slaves. What are you thinking about? Of course, in the eyes of others, She and this Deputy Commander Gongsun are a perfect match. If they get married, it will be very beneficial to both families. It's a pity that both parties have no interest in each other. In order to avoid family nagging, they simply avoid meeting each other. No wonder this guy came to visit in the middle of the night, which made Grandpa feel a bit weird and called her over to meet him. A servant brought a drink to Gongsun Jiu. Ling Xiaonan smiled and said, Mozu has been living independently for a long time. I asked her to come back to see the Deputy Commander. You haven't seen each other for many years, right? Gongsun Jiu smiled and said, I often see her on TV. Besides, I'm not here to see Mozu. I just visited and said that I wanted to find Chairman Ling to discuss something. Ling Mozu stood at the door and said coldly, as if no one wants to see you. If there's nothing, I won't come in. Ling Xiaonan frowned. You're so rude. Come in and sit down. Gongsun Jiu didn't care about her coldness. In fact, she didn't even bother to look at her. She drank a sip of the drink and said lightly, the Zhou family is suspected of murdering the commander of our special warfare department. I wonder what Chairman Ling thinks about this. Ling Mozu's heart skipped a beat and she sat quietly beside him drinking coffee without saying anything. Although she had expected it, she didn't expect this sissy to be so fierce and go straight to the palace. Really, people who fight wars, politicians wouldn't be like this. Ling Xiaonan was obviously not used to this style, and frowned slightly and said, if there's evidence, of course it will be dealt with by military law. If there is no evidence, he glanced at Gongsun Jiu, it's not appropriate to talk to me about this. It's still appropriate. Zhou Hongai is an old subordinate of Speaker Ling. Gongsun Jiu smiled slightly. As for evidence, I have evidence of collusion between the Zhou family and the descendants of gods. Does Speaker Ling want to see it? Ling Xiaonan remained calm. The Zhou family does have dealings with the Immortal Cultivator Association, but how can they collude with the descendants of gods? The Zhou family's research on cyborgs is a taboo for the descendants of gods. How could they collude with the descendants of gods? Gongsun Jiu waved his hand. Everyone has some dealings with the Immortal Cultivator Association. It's nothing. Even I have it, and the military also has special immortal researchers, right? Ling Xiaonan and Ling Moxu were drinking their coffee and didn't respond. They knew that Gongsun Jiu would have something to say. I wonder if Chairman Ling heard that the Zhou family sued the Yin family yesterday, saying that Yin Xiaoru stole their medicine research results. Gongsun Jiu smiled and said, this medicine was submitted to the military, and I also had someone analyze it. It is indeed a divine elixir system. Theoretically, the Yin family has never come into contact with this thing. Because the Zhou family has a lot of dealings with the Immortal Cultivator Association, they do have research in this area. Ling Xiaonan said, so isn't it reasonable for the Zhou family to sue the Yin family for stealing their research secrets? It's very reasonable, Gongsun Jiu said with a smile, but the Military Research Institute believes that this is not a formula mastered by the Immortal Cultivator Association at all, because the knowledge is too deep. It's like a top academician solution to junior high school problem. This kind of alchemy knowledge is more than 90% likely to come from the gods. If Chairman Ling doesn't believe it, you can consult people you know from the Immortal Cultivator Association to see if they have this level. Ling Xiaonan's heart suddenly jumped, and he resisted the urge to look at his granddaughter. Ling Xiaonan, only supported the Immortal Cultivator Association secretly and did not participate in it himself. His granddaughter Ling Moxu was the real senior leader of the Immortal Cultivator Association. Ling Moxu knew best whether the association had the level of formula. He could only say slowly, oh? This is the first time I've heard of this. I'll go ask around in the daybreak, Gongsun Jiu said. I have reason to suspect that the Zhou family's dealings with the Immortal Cultivator Association on the surface are actually to cover up the fact that they are secretly colluding with the descendants of God. Ling Xiaonan couldn't help but repeat, but their research on cyborgs is a taboo for the descendants of God. Gongsun Jiu smiled. In theory, this is also a taboo for humans, but what about the facts? Ling Xiaonan looked at him steadily for a long time, and suddenly said, the matter of Yan Wuyu is just a breakthrough for you to make use of the topic. In fact, you have always wanted to find an opportunity to challenge the direction of this cyborg research. Half and half, Gongsun Jiu did not deny. Yan Wuyu was almost killed. I can't tolerate it. And that kind of cyborg research, I have endured it for a long time, and I don't want to endure it anymore. The two things are combined into one, if not now, when? Do you also think this thing isn't dehuman like those ethics societies? Gongsun Jiu was silent for a moment, then slowly said. The so-called transformation of people is to enhance their strength, which is just an excuse. The real reason for tacit approval is that many people think this is also a research direction for longevity. But Speaker Ling, this kind of research requires a large number of living people, and it may not be really useful. It's just for a try, just for a try. How many people will be killed? He paused, his eyes became more and more fierce. Gongsun is fortunate to be a commander at a young age, in order to protect the people who trust me, not to let them become sacrifices for someone's selfish desire for longevity. Has the family reached a consensus? No, Gongsun Jiu said word by word. This is my opinion. The air was quiet for a moment, and Ling Xiaonan looked into Gongsun Jiu's eyes quietly without responding. Ling Moxu put down the coffee cup next to him, and the crisp sound of the cup hitting the coffee table was extremely clear in the night. Both of them subconsciously turned to look at her, but saw Ling Moxu calmly said, I am also very familiar with the Immortal Cultivator Association, and I asked about the potion. It is indeed not something they can research, and it is probably from the descendants of gods. Ling Xiaonan narrowed his eyes. Gongsun Jiu seemed a little surprised, then burst into a bright smile. Moxa makes me look at you in a new light, Ling Moxa said unintentionally. You are not dealing with the Zhou family, you are dealing with a group of people. You will suffer backlash, and even the family will not support you. Do you have any regrets? Gongsun Jiu did not answer, but stood up and smiled. It's almost dawn. Gongsun goodbye. It was not until Gongsun Jiu left for a long time that Ling Xiaonan slowly said, it seems that you are the one who almost blew up Yan Wu Yu. Ling Moxu coughed dryly. Yeah, the Zhou family also cooperated with you in the research on human modification. Yeah, then what are you doing? Ling Xiaonan finally couldn't help looking at his granddaughter's profile. Are you in love with Gongsun Jiu? Ling Moxu covered her face. You might as well say that I am in love with Yan Wu Yu. Really? I don't know if this is enough. I always feel that I am trapped. Ling Xiaonan, Grandpa, have you heard of Zuinun's sword? Isn't that something from novels and games? Ling Xiaonan taught, the descendants of gods and humans have lived together for a long time, so everyone knows what they should have. There is no such thing as the Zhuan Yuan sword, so don't be obsessed with it and let yourself be deceived by your wild imagination. Ling Moxu didn't answer this, but just asked, if there is, what does the sword represent? Ling Xiaonan said, according to the legend, of course it represents the heart of the world. Here's a book dedicated to you, bold demonic ginseng. Let me go. Yiling traveled through time and space and became a ginseng. The stronger she became, the sweeter and more delicious she became. It's a joyful daily life for monsters, and it's recommended for those who like the light-hearted style. Chapter 46 Takang's romance drama. When they left Grandpa's house, it was already daybreak. Ling Moxu had a headache. He hadn't rested for several days and nights. Today's schedule was set and he had to go to film early in the morning. Oh, by the way, Xia Guixuan also wanted to participate. Fortunately, I have made some progress in my cultivation now, so I don't need to rest, but I am so tired. After this guy interfered with me, my life has been messed up. Ling Moxa flew up to the sky in a depressed mood. Just as she was about to go to the company, she looked up and saw Xia Guixuan sitting on a cloud, playing with a flying mechanical spider controlled by Jingxi. Ling Moxu stepped forward with a confused look on her face and saluted, Master. After she shouted, she found out with grief and anger that she was getting smoother and smoother when she shouted these two words. Xia Guixuan looked at her with a bit of amusement. I feel that if you continue like this, your personality will collapse like that of the husky. Ling Moxu actually found that she had the courage to complain. Your personality has collapsed a long time ago. After she finished speaking, she felt terrified and hurriedly lowered her head. Xia Guixuan laughed dumbly. Do I have a personality? Who can label me? Ling Moxu pouted and simply turned her head away without saying anything. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, Don't be nervous, you did a good job today. Although your so-called apology was not sincere from beginning to end, including those things you said to yourself in my room, it was a bit like saying it to me. But it doesn't matter, just be willing to do it. Ling Moxu was a little surprised. The master seemed to be just because of Yan Wu Yu at first, but now it has gone off the track. Does the master admit it? I said. If Yan Wu Yu admits it himself, then I will admit it. Xia Guixuan paused and smiled again. In addition, this matter makes me feel very interesting. Ling Moxu didn't find it interesting at all. It's nothing more than a dispute between internal forces of a country. Moxu even thinks that it is vulgar in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Why does the master, such a master, find it interesting? What about you? Do you also think it is vulgar? Ling Moxu thought about it and didn't say anything. To be honest, Gongsun Jiayu's determination touched her a little, and she couldn't think it was vulgar. The reason why people are interesting is because of these, including his commitment to the world, and your unyielding pride. Xia Guixuan sighed leisurely. There is no such thing as vulgar or unvulgar, everyone has their own aspirations. In his eyes, those who are vulgar may be people like you and me who only seek for ourselves. Ling Moxu asked curiously, Master, do you think you are the same kind of person as me? Why, you don't think so? Indeed, not like. Actually, we are alike. Xia Guixuan blinked. For example, I really want to go filming now. Do you want to go too? Ling Moxu, the capital is about to be in turmoil. Why does the master still have this mood? Do I need to stare at Gongsun Jiayu and wait for this kind of thing? No need. Isn't that the end of it? Xia Guixuan was very surprised. I don't know what you're asking. Ling Moxu's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. This Gongsun Jiayu has a magic weapon covering his body, and it seems that he is practicing in seclusion. Xia Guixuan said, in order to deliberately avoid seeing through his magic weapon, I deliberately retracted my spiritual sense. Even after all this, you are still staring at his every move? Aren't you too full? Ling Moxu really couldn't understand this state of mind. Why is it that the master is very interested in these, but can know everything, but doesn't do it? Well, now you can read a cabinet of books with a single sweep of your spiritual sense. But do you think this is more interesting, or is it more interesting to slowly turn the pages and slowly participate in the reader's complaints? Ling Moxu was stunned, as if thinking about something. Things are too clear at a glance, which is actually a kind of impetuousness. There is less fun in exploration and less attention to details, and many observations and insights along the way will be missed. Unless the situation is urgent, there is no need to do this. If I like to scan everything with my mind and search the soul, then the first one to be unlucky seems to be you. Ling Moxu bowed. Thank you for your advice, Master. Let's go to film. Oh, by the way, what is the process to add me in? Ling Moxu looked at him for a long time, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Then please condescend to be my artist first. In fact, if it is just a temporary video for fun, there is no need for any contract, just refer to the group performance. But Ling Moxu still deliberately made a contract for him, because the artist contract is quite slave-like. Ling Moxu knows that a contract can't bind him at all, but in his heart it seems that it can bring himself a kind of self-deceptive comfort. The revenge pleasure of you are also my slave. Arriving at Ling Moxu's entertainment company, Xia Guixuan weighed the contract and looked at it for a while, then glanced at Ling Moxu with a half-smile, as if he could see through her thoughts. Ling Moxu was a little nervous when she saw Xia Guixuan signing his name nonchalantly. I read in a book that your spirit is called AQ. Ling Moxu had no expression on her face. An assistant came over to take the contract and said, Boss Ling, this new guy is very handsome. Boss Ling really has good taste. Ling Moxu said indifferently, ask the screenwriter team to change a scene about Si Taikang and let him try it. When she was in the company, she was really a cold and arrogant big star and boss. However, similar to Yin Xiaoru's experience, as long as it was related to Xia Guixuan, their coldness often could not last for more than a few seconds. Not long after, a bearded screenwriter came over in a hurry. Mr. Ling, there's some trouble with the role of Si Taikang. Ling Moxu was puzzled. What's the trouble, Mr. Ling? Haven't you read the full text? Ling Moxu didn't have the time to read novels. Her assistant selected the works that were more suitable for her image, and then she just read the segmented scripts and acted according to them. At most, she had a rough understanding of the general plot. Seeing her stern face, the screenwriter said helplessly, this is a female-oriented ancient Chinese novel. The main task of the male protagonist is to fall in love, while the female protagonist has more personal plots. In other words, the scenes of the Si Taikang are either with General Ling, the female general, or with Change. We can't find any clips that can make him an independent drama. And in the chapters currently updated, Change doesn't have much to do. It's mainly General Ling's. Ling Moxu, Xia Guixuan. Ling Moxu calmly transmitted his thoughts. Have you read the book? Xia Guixuan transmitted his thoughts. I have. So you deliberately want to film this kind of scene with me? If you force me, I would have finished it a long time ago. Is it necessary to do this? Is this also your interest in exploration? This is a misunderstanding. I didn't think so much. How about this? Wait for the author to update a few more chapters of other plots. Xia Guixuan looked at his watch with a bit of annoyance. What's wrong with this author? He stopped updating at this critical juncture, Ling Moxu expressionless. This author is famous for his irregular updates, otherwise we would have finished filming a long time ago. Xia Guixuan flipped through the last update, and the end of the chapter was marked with "Don't wait tonight." For the first time, he thought whether he should use some magical powers to search for this author named Xia Guixuan and grab her to write a book. But he heard the director next to him cautiously said, "Actually, Mr. Ling, I have wanted to suggest you something for a long time. This kind of relatively simple love scene can be tried." Mr. Ling originally intended to expand into film and television by shooting this kind of video. It is too narrow to only shoot martial arts scenes. Why not take the opportunity to broaden his acting range? I think this newcomer has a very clean and handsome image, which matches Mr. Ling's image very well. Maybe it will be a good attempt. Ling Moxu looked a little strange. It was actually a matter of time before she tried to broaden her acting range. She herself had made preparations. But she had never thought that she would try it with him. This was too awkward. How could she say romantic lines to him face to face? It was better today. If it was back then in the underground cave, I would have wanted to kneel down when I saw him. What was there to say? I would just fast forward to the training of E. But then again, she has always refused to play love scenes because she really thinks everyone is so tacky and no one is worthy of playing with her. She simply doesn't want to play it. It is him who is qualified to be her first on-screen love, right? While Xia Guixuan was still looking at his watch, wondering whether to arrest the author, Ling Moxu finally said calmly, "Then why not give it a try? Which part should we shoot first?" The director was delighted. "Then let's try this part. The king and his ministers are hunting and encounter a tiger. Zuir rushes to the rescue and throws Taikang away. It's mainly a martial arts scene," Xia Guixuan blurted out. "Taikang shoots 18 transparent holes in the tiger with one arrow, okay? Why does he need a woman to mess things up?" Ling Moxu also said, "Isn't it written like this in the original text? How could the king and his ministers hunting let the tiger pounce on the king?" Xia Guixuan and Ling Moxu said in unison, "What a crappy plot. Don't change it." Chapter 47. No one knows Taikang better than me. Xia Guixuan has read the original novel, which is actually the reverse. It was Taikang who risked his life to save the heroine Zuir. From then on, Zuir had a crush on her own monarch, and began to practice martial arts for him. She was born and died as a general, not for the country, but for him. Very Sue, right? In the end, the flowers fell in love with the water, but the water was ruthless. Taikang fell in love with change, a married woman. Zuir was tortured to death, and finally caused Hawaii to rebel. The author has not written the rest. It is estimated that the sequel should be Zuir fighting bloody battles to rescue Taikang. In the end, Taikang repented and abandoned the country to live in seclusion with Zuir and Jiti. If it was a tragedy, Zuir might die in Taikang's arms. Anyway, it is such a completely untrue plot. The reason why Xia Guixuan was very happy to read it is because there is really no other novel about Taikang. Of course, the main reason is that this book at least makes Taikang very handsome, and his martial arts are not weak, and his image is still good. However, this director and screenwriter flattered their own President Ling, and wanted to highlight that it was President Ling who saved the man in distress, so they deliberately adapted it like this. Besides, if the man really pounced on Mr. Ling, the fans might go crazy. Ling Moxu knew what her subordinates were thinking, but she didn't dare. According to the original novel, it was the male protagonist who saved her, which was acceptable. But if he changed the original novel and saved him himself? What if this moody master got angry? He said, "What qualifications do you have to save me? Kneel down, what should I do then?" Ling Moxu sniffed in grievance in secret, with a frosty face. Adaptation is not random editing. Who allowed you to change the original text at will? It should be what it is. Set up the scene. I'm going to change clothes. Ling Moxu went to change clothes. The director looked at Xia Guixuan. This ancient costume looked good. It seemed that the material was quite high grade. Although the monarchs of the Xia dynasty would definitely not wear it like this was not a rigorous historical text. It was completely fine to use this set. It seemed that this newcomer came prepared. Did he want to be famous? Xia Guixuan didn't think about that. He squatted there with great interest to watch the scene arrangement. After watching for a long time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What's the meaning of this green cloth? Where is the wild? Where is the tiger? Someone asked curiously. You are a person who is going to shoot a movie, don't you know such basic things? The scene and the tiger are all synthesized in post-production, and this green screen is used as the background during filming. Xia Guixuan, the director, knew that this newcomer might have some relationship with President Ling, and explained with a smile, in fact, just Chichu knocking down President Ling. We will do slow motion in post-production and add music. The finished product will definitely be very good. This is not the Taikang hunting in my mind. Xia Guixuan was speechless. Isn't there a grassland outside? Why is it like this? The director laughed. There is grassland but no tiger. You wait. Xia Guixuan ran out, turned to a deserted place, and stretched out his hand to grab it in the air. Fat Tiger was holding a meatball in his hand and was pulled out with a confused look on his face. Hearing the tiger's roar, the crew went out and looked dumbfounded. Ling Moxu came out in a costume and was also dumbfounded. We are just a small video crew, not a commercial blockbuster or a documentary. Why should we do this? No, does your tiger bite people? Isn't it heavy for you to carry such a fat tiger in one hand? The director looked at Ling Moxu with sweat on his forehead. Ling Moxu also had sweat on his forehead. After holding it in for a long time, he said weakly, "Try it. It's quite real, isn't it?" The crew started the camera carefully. According to the plot requirements, it should be Xia Guixuan who stepped forward and pushed Ling Moxu away. The two rolled on the grass several times, accompanied by slow motion and music. During the rolling, the corner of his lips accidentally brushed his cheek, Ling Moxu's blushing face and the tender eyes, and this part was finished. For professional artists, it's very simple. Fat Tiger knew what he was going to do, and he jumped up with a very smart woo. The next second Xia Guixuan kicked, and Fat Tiger flew away with a ding. Fat Tiger, Ling Moxu, director, haha. Xia Guixuan also knew that he was wrong, and laughed, subconsciously. Taking should have been like this. The author wrote it randomly. Ling Moxu couldn't help but pull the corner of his clothes and walked a few steps to the side, whispering in his ear, "Master, please be kind, I really don't have so much time to waste." Okay. Xia Guixuan grabbed the fat tiger that flew into the sky and said, "Continue." Fat Tiger's eyes were full of tears. "You are making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger." Xia Guixuan stuffed a pill into it, and Fat Tiger was overjoyed. He ran away a little bit, turned around and prepared to pounce again. "Action," the director ordered decisively. Fat Tiger pounced on Ling Moxu. Ling Moxu played the role of a dazed girl who had just started out. She was at a loss, and the ferocious tiger was reflected in her eyes, which was lifelike. A tall figure pounced from the side and threw her to the grass. Inertia made the two roll several times. While rolling around, Ling Moxu looked at Xia Guixuan on her body, and Xia Guixuan was also looking at her. Although she didn't know if this performance could be considered eye contact, anyway, no one would care about eye contact acting in a short video, and Ling Moxu knew that this was enough. As for whether she blushed or was shy, she probably was a little shy. For the first time in her life, a man threw her to the ground, and they rolled together. His breath, his temperature, and the touch of his muscles were so real. She put away the messy thoughts in her mind, and still conveyed her thoughts professionally. According to the plot requirements, your lips have to accidentally brush my face. Xia Guixuan didn't respond, and said back, "Si Taikang wouldn't do this. You are an actor, not Si Taikang. So why do you know what Si Taikang would do? Do you want to say that no one understands Si Taikang better than you?" Xia Guixuan didn't answer. The communication of spiritual thoughts was fast, but the rolling was also fast. Seeing that it was a waste of time to start over again after the rolling failed to meet the requirements, Ling Moxu secretly gritted her teeth, tilted her head slightly, and gently brushed her red lips against his face. The rolling stopped. Ling Moxu was at the bottom, and Xia Guixuan was at the top. The two looked at each other steadily, and time seemed to stand still. Fat Tiger squatted beside him and watched curiously. The director was ecstatic and tried his best to keep this moment of eye contact in the camera. It felt so good. There was a hint of sharpness in the man's astonishment, as if a king was really saying, "Woman, you have no right to touch me." The woman looked shy and determined, her chest still rising and falling, looking at the man above with complexity, but she did not retreat. I'm afraid the original author didn't even think of this kind of expression. This shot is more than just a novel video. I'm afraid it can be awarded. Unfortunately, the stare at each other only lasted for a moment. Xia Guixuan quickly stood up, and Ling Moxu also quickly got up and said lightly, "Is this one passed?" Hey, the director stamped his feet. You should continue with the lines. You shouldn't stand up, the lines. The two of them didn't even remember what Kyong Yato drama the lines were from, and said in unison, that's enough. After that, they looked at each other again. Xia Guixuan closed his mouth, and Ling Moxu took a deep breath. Let's take a break first, and talk about the literary drama later. In the rest area, Xia Guixuan leaned back in his chair and slowly drank his drink. His eyes seemed to be looking at the ceiling, but in fact it was as if he saw through the top, reaching the sky, a little distant. Ling Moxu sat opposite him and looked at him quietly for a long time, and whispered a little aggrievedly, should a slave touch the master? But this play is your own choice, so you have to give an answer. Xia Guixuan seemed to come back to his senses from his trance, and smiled. What should I do? You are the one who is wronged. I just remembered something. Ling Moxu couldn't help but be curious. Is there a similar scene in the master's past? There is a similar one. It's not Si Taikang. Ling Moxu was puzzled. Of course it was not Si Taikang. Is there any need to emphasize it? Then Xia Guixuan slowly said, living too long, there are many fragments blending, and finally it becomes a scene that you can't tell when and where. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Ling Moxu couldn't understand, but just said, living longer is always a good thing, right, but what's the benefit of repeating it over and over again? Xia Guixuan whispered, it doesn't work, it's all because of this, right? Ling Moxu vaguely understood what he meant by you and I are the same kind of people before. I am ruthless and resolute in killing people, for the sake of seeking the truth. And he is actually the same. But he seems to be unable to get away from it. For example, he is very interested in playing something, which is his memory. P.S. Some characters are guest appearances by book friends authors, which is a common thing. Many authors have extras. Anyway, those who know them will smile knowingly, and those who don't know them don't need to worry about who it is. The offstage prototype does not affect the plot of the book at all. The foreshadowing in chapter 48, another literary drama begins. Your Majesty, you drink and hunt day and night, ignoring the world. Now the people are uneasy, and the tribes are in unrest. Your Majesty, Ling Moxu is no longer the girl who was at a loss when she was pounced on by a tiger. She is wearing silver armor and holding a sword, with a heroic posture, like a loyal minister and a famous general giving advice, which is quite interesting. Xia Guixuan leaned against Fat Tiger, holding a bronze cup in his hand and sipping it slowly, and said lightly, Yidi has made great contributions to brewing wine, but it's a pity that it is sour and astringent, unbearable to drink, and it is not worthy of being called wine. I don't know when a wise man will brew real wine. If the immortals and gods also drink our yellow urine, wouldn't it be disrespectful? He wanted to say that it was not your Majesty at all at this time, but he didn't complain after all. But he really said this line. He really said this back then, almost the same words. Your Majesty, Ling Moxu was angry and anxious, the people's hearts are changing, and your Majesty is still in charge of brewing. Xia Guixuan said indifferently, a group of slaves are dissatisfied, just kill them and sacrifice them to the gods. Ling Moxu was terrified when she heard it, and she felt so involved. The little slave girl had it so hard. And he said such words so smoothly, the lazy and indifferent expressions blended together, like an actor possessed. Ling Moxu's face was green, and she was shaking a little when she spoke. Your Majesty, the people's hearts cannot be insulted. Xia Guixuan glanced at her with a smile. It seemed that there was something in their eyes that was turning reality upside down. Aksu, they persuaded me to choose a concubine. I heard that Yaoqian clan has a beautiful change. What do you think? Ling Moxu's hand on the sword was shaking, and she whispered with pale cheeks, she and Yi. Xia Guixuan drank the wine in the cup. You have to take a look. Maybe she will be your mistress by then. You don't know that I like, report. The guard came in to report the matter, interrupting Aksu's confession. Click, the director's voice came, waking up the two people who were entangled in acting and reality. Ling Moxu came back to his senses and felt some sweat stains on his back. Xia Guixuan looked at the carpet, his eyes rippling faintly. The director pulled Ling Moxu and whispered, Boss Ling, where did you find this newcomer? He's such an award-winning actor. He was still very into the role even after the word cut. That expression. It's a waste of his talent to shoot a novel video. Ling Moxu had been feeling a little nervous and said hurriedly, let's call it a day and take a break. She took Xia Guixuan to the rest area again with some trepidation. Xia Guixuan returned to his usual calm expression and said with a smile, do you have any wine? Yes, Ling Moxu thought for a while. How about traditional rice wine? We have Dukang, huh? Moxu is still thoughtful. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, after Si Taikang said that in the plot, his nephew Si Xiaokang successfully brewed real wine, which is Dukang. Decades later, Ling Moxu also smiled, and while pouring him wine, he said, I knew that the master was thinking of this. The author also made up this joke. Xia Guixuan took a sip of the wine and said casually, so what did you think of when you said that the people's hearts cannot be insulted? Ling Moxu tried to say, at that moment, I seemed to be Gongsun Jiayu, and you sitting on a high seat seemed to be me. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. History repeats itself, that's it, Ling Moxu said, but this is a novel. Novels are also based on history, and fictional characters can also be found in prototypes. There is nothing new under the sun. Xia Guixuan stretched lazily. The fun is over, you can go home. Ling Moxu looked strange. Master, you won't want to run away after filming this? I see that this is just a video clip. It's okay if it's a little interesting. There's no need to finish the whole show, right? Ling Moxu hesitated, and still said, this is my way of testing the waters in the film and television industry. If the response is good, it will be connected to make a series. Then, I always feel that these two scenes with a master's participation will be a hit. Xia Guixuan asked curiously, why? Just because the acting is a little interesting? It's not necessary for just 2 videos, it's mainly because, when it comes to chasing dramas and stars, male idols are particularly good at attracting fans. You have an idol face, and you have solid acting skills, plus my own popularity. I think it will really explode. Xia Guixuan, Ling Moxu held his forehead and said, the master is playing around in the world, he can play around or not, I'm really going to be cheated. Xia Guixuan said, then just don't let him out. Ling Moxu asked, is this the master's order? I don't care, this is just a suggestion. Aren't you afraid of being cheated? If it's just a suggestion, then I refuse. Ling Moxu blinked, this is a weapon to attract fans, and I still need the incense and the way. Xia Guixuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, after talking for so long. Actually you want me to continue acting? Yeah, I see the master is also very happy acting, isn't he? There will be kissing and touching scenes later. If you don't care, I won't be responsible, Ling Moxu said calmly. As an actor, this day will come sooner or later. Xia Guixuan looked at her strangely. He clearly felt that she was shaking like a sieve just now. How could she suddenly change? Women's hearts are hard to understand no matter how many times you see them. Ling Moxu kept a straight face and dared not show any expression. In fact, she was secretly thinking in her heart, I wonder how this girl would react when she was surrounded by a group of female fans chasing stars. Suddenly, she wanted to see such a day. Just when the atmosphere was a little weird, an assistant hurried in from outside, trotted to Ling Moxu, and whispered, today, at the regular meeting of the Senate, Yin Yi apologized and compensated Zhou Hongai. Zhou Hongai thought he was very happy to have monopolized the new drug business this time, but the next moment he was bombarded by Gongsun Jiayu, saying that he was colluding with the descendants of gods. Zhou Hongai was dumbfounded. Should we? Ling Moxu whispered, we should immediately sever all ties with the Zhou family, but the Zhou family cannot be brought down by such an incident. Doesn't Gongsun Jiayu's bombardment lack something that can make the final decision? In theory, it is better to help the Zhou family. Gongsun Jiayu can't tear open this web at all, we don't have to worry about this. The Galaxy Phoenix of Daxia has its own means. We just need to sever the connection between the Cultivator Association and this matter. The assistant looked at Xia Guixuan opposite Ling Moxu with some shock, and wondered why the saint said this in front of outsiders. Xia Guixuan ignored him, and his divine consciousness had already drifted to the outskirts of Beijing, where there was a sky full of raging fire, burning the sky red. Yan Wuyu set fire to Zhou's suburban courtyard, and the ground buildings were razed to the ground, revealing the underground research institute below. Many military personnel led the army to surround them. The first old man was furious. Yan Wuyu, what qualifications do you have to burn my Zhou family's private property? Gongsun Jiayu said lightly, this is my order. Did you see anything? He didn't even need to say it, and Yan Wuyu didn't even need to burn it. Everyone guessed that the Zhou family's underground research institute was also conducting research on cyborgs. It couldn't be that there was only a new institute like Sangyu. Zhou Hongai sneered, so Deputy Marshal Gongsun said that I colluded with the descendants of the gods, but in fact I was in charge of cyborgs. Gongsun Jiayu pointed to the broken limbs and arms below, and the countless corpses lying on the operating table, and his voice was as cold as iron. Isn't this enough? Of course it was not enough. At least most of the people around were silent. Zhou Honggai laughed and said, Zhou violated the law. Just plead guilty and go to jail, and there is no need for the deputy marshal to condescend to target him. If that was all, it would be meaningless. There would even be many people who would help him get bail, and nothing would happen. Guangxin Jiu relied on collusion with the descendants of gods to launch the attack. If the evidence only included the cyborgs, it would be meaningless. Guangxin Jiu smiled slightly. The research on cyborgs requires genes from the descendants of gods, not animals. The animals here have also shown signs of evolution. What do they rely on? Without the help of the descendants of gods, it is impossible to do it. Deputy Commander, you must provide evidence when speaking, Zhou Honggai said disdainfully. There are many mysterious things in the world. The association of immortal cultivators can awaken spirits and transform into monsters. Why must it be the descendants of gods? Of course there is evidence. As he spoke, Yin Xiaoru appeared on the periphery of the crowd, holding up a bottle of serum. I really stole this from your house. Xia Guixuan seemed to have found the feeling of foreshadowing that he had forgotten when reading a book. He thought that this husky had forgotten this bottle of serum. It turned out to be buried here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Behind the scenes. Zhou Honggai didn't react at first, and his face changed drastically after a second. The reason why he went to bully the Yin family, saying that the Yin family's formula was stolen from him, everyone thought that he was trying to grab the patent and income of this new medicine, and by the way, it was also to avenge Zhou Pengcheng's planting in Sangyu. Only he himself understood that the more critical factor was to make the Yin family give in and return the real stolen things. They would not think that this was Yin Xiaoru's personal operation, and they believed that the serum had already been in the hands of the Yin family. That's why they couldn't wait to launch a war against the Yin family. This serum is the key to their research on modified humans, and the main component of it is indeed the blood of the descendants of gods. Only the special ethnic genes of the descendants of gods can allow them to break through biological isolation, splice together different biological characteristics, and obtain the cultivation talent factors in the genes of the descendants of gods. But the question is, where did you get the blood of the descendants of gods? Even if they were former prisoners of war, they would be exchanged back. If they really reached the point of taking the other party's prisoners for live research, the relationship between the two sides would not be as subtle as it is now, and they would have been in a state of war. Under the premise that there are still alien enemies, the forces of both sides don't play like this. Although the two sides are hostile to each other, they still have many levels of exchanges. For example, there is a trade relationship. Fairy tea, minerals, or some low-level magic weapons are all in circulation, but there is absolutely no possibility of a trade in the blood of the descendants of gods. Even the head of state does not have this thing. Where did you get it? If someone from the descendants of gods took the initiative to give it to you, then there must be a very ulterior internal reason. Guangxin Jiu's accusation was immediately established. If you secretly capture the descendants of gods for research, then you are provoking the border and provoking the two sides who are in a peaceful state to go to war immediately, or the kind of fight to the death. This crime is no lighter than colluding with the descendants of gods, and it may be even heavier. And there are more than just Yan Wuyu among the mixed bloods in the human race. This is also a group of marginal forces. If the country does not punish this, does it mean that Yan Wuyu and his group may become the targets of attack and research? Then even the most loyal people will rebel, and the internal chaos will come first. Guangxin Jiu made a gesture, and Yan Wuyu led the crowd to surround the Zhou family, surrounded by countless guns, and the scene was full of killing. Wait, Zhou Honggai said angrily, why does Yin Xiaoru say that this was stolen from us? This is clearly the Yin family's own thing, huh? Yin Xiaoru asked curiously, I didn't even tell you what this serum is. How come you seem to know it better than me? Zhou Honggai was stunned for a moment, and secretly said, oh no. What good can the evidence you bring out at this moment be? Of course it's a deliberate frame-up, Yin Xiaoru said slowly, I went to steal things from you. I just stole the formula, nothing else. Do you believe it? Do you really think the Daxia military is stupid? Zhou Honggai said angrily, The formula was originally yours, onlookers. If the formula originally belonged to the Yin family, you insisted on saying it was yours. As a result, you got a mouthful of fishy smell this time, and the yellow mud fell into your crotch and you couldn't wash it off. The Yin family is quite shady. Yin Xiaoru said with a smile, you guys fought so hard before that the formula was yours, and now you're trying to pass the buck. Do you really think the people of Daxia are stupid? Zhou Hongai was so angry that he vomited blood. We have the Immortal Cultivator Association as evidence. A faint voice came from a distance. The Immortal Cultivator Association has nothing to do with your family. Don't make random accusations, Zhou Hongai. Not only Zhou Hongai was surprised, many senior officials present were also surprised. Even Gongsun Jiayu was surprised. He knew that Ling Xiaonan was crucial in this matter. First, as the Senate President, as long as he supported him politically, it would be difficult for him to do things. In politics, it doesn't make much sense to talk about evidence and find clues. Second, Ling Xiaonan should be able to exert influence on the Immortal Cultivator Association. If the Immortal Cultivator Association jumped out and insisted that the formula and serum were all from their research, it would be very difficult. It would be enough to get them to stop supporting the Zhou family through Ling Xiaonan. This was the significance of his night visit. In fact, he didn't think that the night visit would have much effect at the beginning. He was reminding Ling Xiaonan that the Zhou family's affairs were a mess and it was easy to explode. It would be better for President Ling not to get too involved. This might not be of much use, and his people's justice might not be useful. Ling Xiaonan would not give him any promises at all. He had planned to make some exchanges. As a result, Ling Moxa suddenly expressed his attitude. Gongsun Jiayu didn't expect this statement to be very powerful. It was enough to make the Ling family stop protecting the Zhou family. He didn't expect that the Immortal Cultivator Association would jump out and break with the Zhou family. What was the reason for this? The Ling family was afraid that they would get into trouble and completely give up the Zhou family? Without the endorsement of the Immortal Cultivator Association, Zhou Hongai was indeed very embarrassed. If the Immortal Cultivator Association didn't speak up about things involving the Godborn system, what could he use to argue with others? What was even more embarrassing was that the political forces of the Ling family were collectively silent and watched silently. The chain reaction was that other forces saw this strange trend and temporarily waited and saw what would happen. No one spoke up for him for a while. How could he fight Gongsun Jiayu alone? Gongsun Jiayu said slowly, it's easy to prove who the serum belongs to. There must be fingerprints everywhere on this bottle. Do you want to check if there are any from the Zhou family researchers, and Zhou Pengcheng who is in prison now? If someone else forged and framed him, they should not be able to sneak into the prison to fingerprint him. There is no need to find someone to compare fingerprints. The system can just scan it. Zhou Hongai's face was livid, but he didn't dare to try it at all. Because he didn't know whether Zhou Pengcheng left fingerprints on it, how could he dare to gamble? Just when Zhou Hongai was sweating profusely, a black light exploded on the bottle in Yin Xiaoru's hand, as if to destroy the evidence. Countless strong men in the field didn't even have time to react. Yan Wuyu secretly cried out in despair. He only had time to wave his hand and saw a faint blue light on the ring in Yin Xiaoru's hand, protecting the bottle tightly. The black light hit the blue light, making a sharp and piercing sound, but it couldn't break the defense after all. Yin Xiaoru blinked. This ring was the storage ring Xia Guixuan gave her. It turns out that it has automatic protection capabilities. Cindy is awesome. Yan Wuyu had already locked onto the source of the attack, turned into a flame and rushed into the sky, chasing after it. Many military masters chased after it like a meteor chasing the moon. The space closed, and everything seemed to have never happened. Yan Wuyu and many human gene masters were all empty-handed. People's faces were very serious. The opponent is not here at all. This is an attack from thousands of miles away. To achieve this kind of attack, human satellites can lock on, the gods can also do it thousands of miles away, and the alien Zelts also have their own means to do it. Among them, it is not as convenient for humans to target a bottle so accurately as other families, unless there is preset information on the bottle. Anyway, no matter which one it is not something that the Zhou family can do. Gongsun Jiayu stared at Zhou Hongai, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Do you have anything else to say to everyone? Zhou Hongai was stunned. This was not done by him. In any case, this attack destroyed all the escape routes for the Zhou family. You have nothing to hide, So why are you destroying the evidence? Guangxin Jiu solemnly ordered, the Zhou family is involved in collusion with the enemy country. Arrest them all and interrogate them according to military law. Zhou Hongai did not resist the soldiers' uniforms, staring coldly at Guangxin Jiu and said, those with insight will know that you are taking advantage of the situation, and even this attack may be done by you. However, if you can frame my Zhou family with a hat of colluding with the descendants of God, you can naturally use the same hat to destroy others. I just want to see if others can continue to sit back and watch. I'm in jail today, and I'll wait for you in jail tomorrow. Guangxin Jiu didn't answer at all, and turned and left. In the lounge of the film and television company in the distance, Xia Guixuan touched his chin and whispered to himself, is this black gas attack a human method? Ling Moxu shook her head, I can't tell. If Guangxin Jiu did it on purpose, it would be easy to say. If not, the Zhou family may have really colluded with something, deliberately leaving this sentence to confuse people, and also to provoke other people's views on Guangxin Jiu. Xia Guixuan sighed, I think it's the latter. There is someone else behind this. The vortex of luck of the husky can't be related to just an independent incident. Maybe pulling out a radish will bring out the mud, and a bigger picture will unfold. Ling Moxu had a blank expression on her face. In fact, she didn't understand it all. She is already a behind-the-scenes boss, okay? Is there something behind the scenes that she doesn't know? Chapter 50 video is online. The reason why Xia Guixuan said this is, of course, because he knew at a glance that a black energy attack was not a method of the divine immortals. It's not a system. He is not very familiar with a human technology system, let alone alien methods. But he can be sure that it is not the method of the descendants of gods. Others cannot be so sure at a glance. In the eyes of most people, this is indeed the Zhou family colluding with the descendants of gods, and then a powerful person of the descendants of gods took action to destroy the evidence. Then the Zhou family is bound to be destroyed, no suspense. Some people were also led by Zhou Hongai's words to suspect that Guangxin Jiu directed and acted himself just to kill the Zhou family. If so, Guangxin Jiu has a bit of a heroic meaning. That kind of attack may even hurt Yin Xiaoru, and he has no scruples. No one dares to be sure what this kind of tyrant will do for his own purposes in the future. Zhou Hongai's final provocation is indeed very meaningful. But this is the inevitable result of Guangxin Jiu's move this time. Even Ling Moxu told him in advance that the behavior of the Zhou family is essentially the tacit approval of many human high-level officials. If you tear this hole, you will be backfired. Do you have no regrets? Guangxin Jiu did not make any excuses from beginning to end. He just quietly withdrew his troops and escorted the Zhou family back to the military headquarters. His figure was very thin, but still upright. Of course, he did not need to personally interrogate the Zhou family. Even Yan Wuyu was not suitable for this job, but Yan Wuyu went to interrogate them at this moment according to his instructions. Guangxin Jiu returned to the military office by himself, leaning on the huge office chair, his body deeply sunk into the wide office chair, crossing his hands in deep thought, as if he was in a daze, and as if waiting for something. Not long after, the watch rang. Guangxin Jiu slowly answered the call, and heard a low voice from the other side. This action, you acted on your own, and did not even discuss it with the family first. Guangxin Jiu said lightly, this is military, I am the commander. What kind of military is this? Is the commander of the galaxy fleet doing this kind of thing? The other party smiled, but his tone was not smiling. Even if you use the excuse that the other party is murdering the generals, it seems that you have a reason to intervene, but this is still a political struggle in essence. You have crossed the line. Guangxin Jiu said nothing. And this kind of thing is not your strong point at all. It's useless to be a hero, but it will only bring troubles, the other party said coldly. The family has supported you to be a marshal at such a young age. How much pressure have you endured? Did you do this recklessly? Guangxin Jiu did not respond to this question, but suddenly asked, what does the family think about this matter? Very dissatisfied. Everyone wants to live forever, but they are unwilling to give up everything to cultivate immortality. They also think it's too slow, so they wait for something for nothing and let people find such shortcuts. The other party was silent for a moment, and finally said, if you still have this idea, you won't be a deputy marshal for long, let alone become a marshal. If you want to realize your idea, you have to give up some things that you shouldn't have. Xiaojiu, you have done very well over the years, and I hope you can continue to do better. Guangxin Jiu said coldly, I'm afraid that such a great show will only usher in destruction. What awaits the so-called marshal is just a broken flag under the sunset. Playing with literature is not suitable for you, even if you really have such a heart. The other party sighed. There will be no next time. At this time, Xia Guixuan had returned to Yin Xiaoru, and the two of them chatted casually in the room. Yin Xiaoru didn't ask him where he had been all night and morning, and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Cindy is really good. This ring is multifunctional. Xia Guixuan wanted to laugh every time he saw her. It seems that you have completely solved the enemy, and you feel refreshed. Yin Xiaoru smiled and said, of course, the Zhou family will definitely not be able to turn over this time. No one wants to get involved in that scandal. Even if it is suspected that Gongsun Jiu framed it, it is useless. The suspicion is always there. It is easy to change people to study. Why do you have to protect the Zhou family to death? Xia Guixuan smiled. So this matter is not solved at all. It is just a surface solution, and there will be explosives to detonate in the future. Yes, but what does that have to do with us? To our level, the enemy is just the Zhou family. Yin Xiaoru smiled and said, I only know now that the clan leader and Deputy Marshal Gongsun have some relationship. They had these discussions in the first place, so they can play this set of cooperation. Xia Guixuan was not interested in this. Yin Yi and Gongsun Jiu must have a shallow relationship. At most, they just communicated about official business. Gongsun Jiu was not a politician who formed a clique for personal gain. He was essentially a soldier. This operation was also full of this flavor. It was sharp and direct, and killed with one blow. It was a pity that no matter how sharp the knife was, it could not cut through the quagmire. Sure enough, the next sentence Yin Xiaoru said, the relationship between the Yin family and Deputy Marshal Gongsun is mainly in the matter of virtual games. No wonder this industry is so core and important. This time Xia Guixuan was interested. How is this game related to the Marshal? Because it is actually a combat simulation. The military has been selecting good seedlings from the public by observing the combat in this game. This is more effective than any auditions. The player's every move, including his character, is equivalent to undergoing long-term assessment. At least 1/3 of the talents in the Special Operations Division under Sister Yan were selected in this way. Among them, several are comrades in arms who went to dungeons together. This matter is surprisingly kept secret. Sister Yan didn't tell me, and I only found out about it now that I am the vice president of a game company. Xia Guixuan was stunned for a moment, because he didn't understand some of the words in it. What does it mean to go to a dungeon? The novels I read didn't touch on this topic. It's a different category. Yin Xiaoru knew what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. You don't want to play games again, do you? I find it annoying that you do nothing all day long, Xia Guixuan said. I exchange my expenses with a formula. I'm not really supported by you. Why do you care how I live? Yin Xiaoru argued. Now we can only say to the outside world that the formula belongs to the Zhou family. Although it is produced for us now. Xia Guixuan didn't argue with her that your ring and necklace were given by me. He always felt that it was like a couple arguing about whether the things on the other person were given by themselves. He changed the angle and said, your pharmaceutical company will not only do this one-time business. You don't need my help to provide the formula in the future. Yin Xiaoru hesitated. Your formula is a bit advanced. This time it has become one of the fuses that will blow up the Zhou family. I don't know if we dare to use it in the future. Xia Guixuan laughed. At that time, I didn't know that you have so many twists and turns here, and I just gave the formula casually. Now that I know, it's not easy to avoid them. You can do whatever you want to make it fit the human research level. Even the source is known, because you can use the skin of the Immortal Cultivator Association. Yin Xiaoru was alert. You are really mixed up with the Immortal Cultivator Association. Is it because of you that they turned against you today? I guess so. These people don't look good. You? Xia Guixuan's mind flashed with Ling Moxu's stern face, and he laughed. They are indeed not good people, but do I care? Well, don't blame me for not reminding you if you are fried-skinned and eaten by others. Yin Xiaoru gritted his teeth. If you really want to play games, go back to Sangyu to play. Our trip to the capital is over. Xia Guixuan said. Oh, then you go back first. I'll stay for 2 more days. I have something else. Yin Xiaoru looked at him strangely. What else do you have? Xia Guixuan said confidently. Filming. Yin Xiaoru. Xia Guixuan leaned back in the chair comfortably. Clicked on the light screen and glanced at it. Hey, this author actually updated it. It's just a little short. What's this chapter about? There's no progress in the plot, Yin Xiaoru said unhappily. Everyone has bad times, something happens at home. By the way, you haven't said what the meaning of filming is. Xia Guixuan ignored her at all, and wondered to herself, huh? The video is so fast? Did they say they would do post-production or something, so efficient? What's going on? Yin Xiaoru leaned over to take a look angrily, and what she saw was the barrage of comments. Today's video, the newcomer is so handsome, I've never seen such a handsome man in ancient costume, the most perfect King. Forget about being handsome, that kind of indifferent evil nature is amazing. If I were Zuir, I would also lick such a king to death. Cold knowledge, I heard that she was called the queen at that time. Such a beautiful queen, my corrupt soul is burning. Yin Xiaoru also wanted to post this barrage, but it was snatched away by someone. That's not right. She suddenly remembered that she had casually suggested to Xia Guixuan on the plane that he play Kang. Then he said he wanted to film a movie, and there really was a handsome guy here who could play the handsome Kang. Yin Xiaoru opened the video with a blank expression. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.